never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
It's time for me to go to work. So here we are. What did I post? And away we go. Welcome into a Tuesday. So we are safely underway the month of March. We'll be working our way into the second day of March 2nd for 2021. Here we go. All right, as anticipated, they told us we were going to have a lot of rain in the south. I guess the good thing is it's not raining in Kentucky tonight. But boy, between Saturday and Sunday, the relentless rains that continued through the overnight hours on into Monday morning, wow, they had their fair share of issues and some real flooding problems. All the rain at this point tonight is much further to the south along the Gulf Coast areas. We got rain, some light rain still in the Houston metro area. Yeah, heavier rain just to the east of Houston, right along the coast there. Some of those showers extend up through central portions in northern Louisiana. Yeah, not quite as far north as Shreveport. A little bit of rain on over into central portions of Mississippi. Not much really going on in Alabama. A little break between the systems. Then you've got more rain stretching from just east of, say, Apalachicola in the northern portions of the Florida Panhandle on up into southern Georgia. Rain not quite up into the Savannah area yet. You'll see some showers pushing through Savannah overnight. Spotty showers on up into central portions of Georgia. Yeah, that's really where we see the bulk of our precipitation tonight. As far as the rest of the country is concerned, I zoom out on the big picture and look at the lower 48. Aside from the rain in the southeast, there's not much of anything going on. with the exception of a few of these snow bands, lake effect snow bands. You'll find some spotting. I'm not seeing really any heavy bands at this point up into parts of New York State. There are some heavier bands, lake effect snow on up into parts of like London, Ontario. But aside from that, looking pretty good for a majority of the country tonight. Now, I will advise we've got some, if you're in a high-profile vehicle, we do have wind advisories for about the eastern two-thirds of Pennsylvania, pretty much all of New Jersey on up into a good chunk of New York State. There's an area on up into like areas like in Utica, New York. Well, those are high wind warnings because you're going to be looking at gusts up to 60 miles per hour. So high wind warnings remain in effect till 10 a.m. Tuesday morning in that region. Damaging winds enough to bring down trees and power lines. Widespread power outages, they say, are anticipated. Travel will be difficult, especially in those high-profile vehicles. So a lot of wind tonight. That's going to be your biggest concern in the Northeast. Now, outside of the high wind warning areas, which, again, that's about a half dozen counties there in east central New York, the widespread wind advisories, where it's not going to be quite as heavy, but still going to be blowing you around a little bit. You're talking 15 to 25 mile per hour sustained winds and gusts, 45 to 50 miles per hour. That's portions of central Pennsylvania, eastern PA. So use extra caution, especially in those high-profile vehicles through the overnight hours. Again, that continues till 7 a.m. They're down in Pennsylvania, a little bit later in the morning up into New York with the high wind warnings there. Now back to the rainfall that we saw over the weekend, the persistent heavy rain for portions of the southeast and the Ohio Valley. Record river rises recorded in some areas, daily rainfall records, and even a dramatic water rescue. The threat of flooding is forecast to continue across parts of the southeast, really through much of this week. But by Monday morning, some of our 3-day rainfall totals, 6.75 inches, 6.75 inches of rain. That was the number from London and Corbin, Kentucky, and southeastern Kentucky. Other Kentucky cities like Bowling Green, Murray, and Hopkinsville, as well as Jackson, Tennessee, all recorded between 4 and 6 inches of rainfall during that time. So we had a state of emergency declared in Kentucky, opening up state resources to support communities affected by the flooding. National Guard was also activated. Bowling Green set a new record Sunday for the wettest February day as we were wrapping up the month of February. On record, 5.11 inches of rain fell on Sunday alone. The old wettest February day was set back in 1975 when they got like 3.74 inches. Some of the footage, drone footage, showing extensive flooding from swollen streams and rivers near Levi Jackson State Park, just south of London, Kentucky, over the weekend. Dozens of reports of street flooding, portions of the Kentucky River reaching major flood stage. By Monday morning, at the Boonville rain gauge on the South Fork of the Kentucky River, water level forecaster crested 43.4 feet. That would tie the all-time record highest water level there. Water on roadways triggering a dramatic water rescue Sunday afternoon in Tennessee. A DeKalb County Fire Department and other local emergency responders dispatched to a vehicle accident after a truck slid off the water-covered bridge in the town of Liberty, about 55 miles east of Nashville. Officials with the fire department said the vehicle was partially submerged in that swollen creek and had 5 passengers inside, including an infant. All were safely rescued. In addition to swiftwater rescue teams, bucket trucks from local utilities were deployed to complete that rescue. But they tell us more than 70 river gauges, registering at minor or moderate flood stage Monday morning. According to the Ohio Valley River Forecast Center, since Sunday morning, dozens of river gauges recording water level rises of 20 to 30 feet, if you could imagine. Now, luckily, water levels were beginning to fall by Monday night. So as we speak, as the dry weather holds in that region, it may take until probably Tuesday night before some of these river levels drop back below flood stage. Meanwhile, further south, the rain has not really taken a break. In portions of Arkansas, eastern Texas, and Mississippi, as that stalled out frontal boundary over the region will bring more rounds of rain, primarily to areas west of the Mississippi River through Tuesday afternoon, before that rain will shift then eastward. Overall, any single period of rain shouldn't be heavy enough for any widespread flooding, but any location that gets more than one heavy downpour could see some localized flooding, especially in between the I-10 and I-20 corridors, way down south. As we look ahead, Tuesday night and Wednesday, the heaviest rain will be falling across Alabama, the Florida Panhandle, Georgia, and the Carolinas. According to the most recent update from the U.S. Drought Monitor, last Thursday, February the 25th, most of the Southeast has now come out of drought status, but there's still a number of cities running behind on rainfall so far this year. Through the end of February, New Orleans has recorded only 6.87 inches of rain this year. That's just as a 66% of normal. Jackson, Mississippi, reporting about 60% of their normal rainfall. Atlanta, 7.33 inches of rain fell during the first 2 months of the year. That's about 83% of normal, not too far off. So for these areas, the incoming rain will help avoid a rain deficit as we head into the heart of spring. There are some areas, though, in that same region that have had a very wet start to the year. Cities from Albany, Georgia to Jacksonville, Florida, northward up into Charlotte and Raleigh, North Carolina. You've seen repeated rounds of rain bringing above normal rainfall totals on the order of 125% of normal and more. Charlotte, for example, recorded 9.19 inches of rain. It's about 130% of normal for this time of year. So those areas may be at a high risk of flooding. And through the day, probably through Wednesday, these upcoming rounds of wet weather could be enough to bring rivers across southern Georgia, the low country of South Carolina to near flood stage by the middle portions of this week. Walker adds it's not out of the question that one or two locations will reach moderate or perhaps major flood stage by Wednesday afternoon. But once the storm slides off to the southeast coast by Wednesday evening, a bit of a reprieve from the wet weather across the south. Finally, an air of high pressure is going to settle in. Dry weather not in the forecast everywhere through the end of the week, though. A storm's going to dive southward across eastern Texas late this week, then swing again across the Florida Panhandle through the start of the weekend. Showers forecast to reach as far north as maybe Jackson, Mississippi, Montgomery, Alabama, but the heaviest rain with that next round should be concentrated more along the Gulf Coast and central Florida. So rain, rain, rain for parts of the country. And again, our winds there in the Northeast. Well, despite the start of what they call meteorological spring this past day, old man winter still has a pretty firm grip on that region of the country after back-to-back storms brought the rain, the wintry mix, and even some accumulating snow for the last few days of February. This Arctic blast sending temperatures below normal for the early days here in the month of March. You've got a quick-moving area of snow that swept across the Great Lakes this past day. Still some of those lake effect bands of snow downwind of the lakes. And most of the squalls were during the afternoon hours, especially parts of upstate New York. But given the pattern with the wind flow, there were concerns about the New York Thruway this past day. All right, helping to create some of those snow squalls were those winds this past afternoon, and those winds continuing on into the morning hours here Tuesday. According to AccuWeather, some of the strongest wind gusts may set up where there's less snow across portions of New England, where you could see maybe even a 70-mile-per-hour gust, particularly in the Massachusetts Cape and the islands. Winds of that magnitude, that's enough to cause some delays when it comes to air travel. But obviously, if you're in a high-profile vehicle, that's going to impact your travels as well. All right, there you go. Underway on a Tuesday morning. As we get to some of our industry headlines, I want to jump on board. Out of the box, it's 844-844-3388. I was asked to pass a message along. Of course, since the inception of the program, we started off initially on the Hotshot Secret website, a.k.a. Facebook and YouTube pages from the Hotshot Secret. Of course, then we got the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, Facebook and YouTube up and running. Of course, the Android app is now operational as of last week. We're still waiting for the iPhone app, but that'll be coming in short order. But the message they want to pass on, apparently, by like a 2-to-1 margin, more people are still tuning into the Hotshot Secret Facebook and YouTube pages. They're going to be winding down the streaming operations. Josh was talking about like by the end of the week, he said, tell everybody to go over to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive Facebook and YouTube pages. Kyle kind of interjected. He said, I don't know if giving people just 4 days notice is enough, but either way, the message is switch over to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive pages. You got the links available on the website. Yeah, we're streaming the audio only on the overnightdriveradio.com. Overnightdriveradio.com. That's the Android app. If you've got the Android phone, go to the Google Play App Store and you type in overnightdriveradio.com. Then, of course, if you're on like the internet, a laptop or whatever, you can go to the website, overnightdriveradio.com. They've got all kind, lots of links. The podcast is available on all the different podcast services, but the live streams, if you want to listen to the live midnight to 5 each morning, you need to do the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive YouTube or the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive Facebook pages. There you go. All right, try to remind your friends. We've been watching the numbers. Higher and higher and higher we go. And we're talking about prices at the pump. We got the latest numbers from the Energy Information Administration. Now, I realize some of this week's and maybe partially some of last week's jumps were partially about the ice storm, the freezing temperatures we saw deep into the South Texas. A number of refineries experienced some issues. But even well before the snow and the ice and that cold outbreak in the deep South, prices at the pump have been going up in excess of 10 cents per gallon for the national average for at least 3 consecutive weeks now. Latest numbers this past week, we saw prices up by 12.7 cents in the Rocky Mountain region, the highest price increase nationwide. New England, a little over a nickel higher. That was the lowest increase we've seen. National averages now, though, over the $3 per gallon mark. We went from a national average of $2.97 last week to $3.07 this week. Lowest price regionally is along the Gulf Coast, but even there, $2.83 per gallon. So how about that? The price of diesel has gone up every week since November the 9th of 2020. So the national average at $3.07. Yeah, you break it down. Yeah, most $3.15 in New England, $3.20 in the Central Atlantic, the Midwest are just over $3 at $3.04. Then you head out west, the West Coast as a whole at $3.54 per gallon. California now at $3.84 per gallon. You saw nearly an 11-cent per gallon jump in prices in the state of California this past week. Hopefully, we're peaking out now. Things are getting back to, not quite normal operations, but they're getting the refineries and things back up and running. We had the scenario last week. There was the one facility, can't remember the particular name of that one, but the one refinery said they'll probably not be back to normal operations till the end of March. So headed into April. Next, under the industry headlines, truck driver popular on the TikTok app recently took to that platform to share kind of a jarring story exhibiting the importance of personal safety in trucking and even the importance of knowing how to back your truck up all on your own. A guy by the name of Outlaw Trucker shared the story. He says, "Story time. I think somebody might need to hear this." And he said, "So I'm at the truck stop in northeast Kansas last night, and a female driver is having trouble getting her truck into a hole. Well, as I was going to get out, the guy next to me beat me to it. So while he's talking to her, all of a sudden she slides over into the jump seat. He climbs up in the truck and parks the truck for her. He said, 'Ladies, don't do this.' After he parked her truck, he full-on grabbed her by the throat, jerked her into the sleeper berth. Luckily, me and another driver saw what was happening. Damn near got ourselves arrested, but we stopped what he was intending." The video kind of stops there. But it's pretty clear how that story could have ended, right? Let's see. Another lady said, "Thank you. I had something similar to that happen to me. Unfortunately for the idiot, he didn't know my German Shepherd was in the back." Another driver, "Thank you for being aware. Maybe next time she'll find some place and maybe practice backing her truck up." And lastly, "We're thankful for truckers like this, but drivers, please be careful out there. Help each other out, and practice backing into a hole might not hurt either." But yeah, here you have, you think someone's trying to be a good Samaritan. You just don't know out there. How about that? That's kind of a startling story, but there you go, ladies. Beware, caution. All right, looking at 20 past the hour. Lines around the country. You want to jump on board? It's 844-844-3388. It is the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. And hey, out of the box, what's going on there, Ron?
Hey, how are you doing, Grandpa?
Doing well. How about you?
I'm good. Just wanted to call on the show and just, I don't know if you saw the post I put out there on Facebook, but on November 2nd, it was $36 a barrel of oil, and now it's $63
a barrel. And there, I shared the other day, there are some some of the financial guys predicting we may be back to $100 per barrel here in Albania within a year's time. Oh boy.
So what does that average out to be a price of gas per gallon then? Here,
that's when you're
almost $3.85 a gallon.
You're back up in between the $3.50, $4. That's when you're back up in that range. Yes, sir.
Oh my God, that's incredible. That's nuts. Absolutely.
That's when you want to trade in your gas guzzler and buy an economy car.
Well, when you buy an electric car, Steve, I'll buy an electric car. How about
that? in other words, we're never going to drive an electric car.
We'll see. No, neither will I. Or an autonomous car. I won't buy one of those either. I like my gas guzzler, That's cool, man. Well, it was good to see you over the weekend for our little get together for. Yeah,
it was kind of a bizarre little thing. I'd never heard of anything like that before. For the birthday party, little Avery was 7 last week, And they've got this place, laser tag was the big thing years ago, but this was like a Nerf gun place. Everybody gets their Nerf guns. And those things must have held 40, 50 like Nerf balls for each of the guns. And you go in this room with all the flashing lights and everything, and then you team up. Yeah. And it's I guess you're kind of on your own honor if you get hit. You're supposed to put your hand up, and you're out till the next round, kind of thing. But that was pretty wild,
wasn't it? I know. But can you believe our grandson is 7 years old?
No, sir.
We're getting old, man. That's crazy, isn't it?
And the little girl started crawling over the weekend. Did you catch the videos? Little Aubrey is finally, she's for the first time over the weekend, she's starting to crawl a little bit.
Yeah, she crawled after a chapstick, for Christ's sake. Did you see that?
Yeah.
A chapstick. She didn't crawl over for the cat. She crawled over there for the chapstick. Yeah. She's so stubborn. She's a little redhead. I couldn't believe she was a little redhead. Oh, my God. I haven't seen her in a couple weeks. That's crazy. It's so cool to see that, though. But we're getting up in age, man. That was really cool to watch them all play in that big arena. That was pretty neat,
Yeah, something a little different, but yeah, I think the kids really enjoyed it. I think Avery had a good old time.
Yeah, they did. Yes, he did. Yeah, he liked his V-Bucks. He liked those little V-Bucks, he got. That's all he wanted. He didn't want a bike. He wanted V-Bucks. He got like $22,000 in V-Bucks.
Virtual
That's what he got.
Bucks. That's playing video game stuff. It's all video games.
Yeah, I know. And he's so into that. Lauren was saying, she goes, I asked her, I said, Lauren, what do I can get my grandson for? And he goes, he wants V-Bucks. That's all he wants. I said, what is V-Bucks? I had no idea what these things were. And they're like in different denominations and stuff. So that was kind of cool. But yeah, it was good to see you, man.
Yeah, good to see you.
Good to see you. Well, I hope to God we can do something about this gas prices. But do you really think that the Keystone Pipeline is the big deal for this? Is that what's going on? That's what I was going to ask. That was my question.
Not
do you
really.
Think it's one small part of it.
It's just the mentality. I think that the knowledge, knowing that this administration under Joe Biden and Kamala are going to be truly working towards getting away from fossil fuels. And so the handwriting's on the wall. It's already with the drilling moratoriums and whatnot on federal lands and all, it's according to the powers that be, we're already looking to be, again, a reliant on imported oil country. So here we're going backwards, relying on people like Saudi Arabia and OPEC to keep this country running. It's insanity.
Well, I will say this. When I saw our president speak at CPAC, I was very impressed. And I think there's a little bit of hope for the 2022 elections. One step at a time to get to 2024. But he is definitely our leader. And definitely he is. I get pollsters calling me all the time asking me whether or not I'm Republican or Democrat.
Really?
And I just tell them, look, just please remove my number. Remove my number. I'm Republican. I will never, ever not support Donald Trump. Okay? That's just the way it is. But there was some hope in all this when I saw him talk,
Yes, sir. Well, we could only hope the House and the Senate coming up in 2022. And just based on the way things are already going, by the time the election 2022 rolls around, people are going to be waking up, especially what's going on the southern border, the caravans that are coming. Joe Biden already introducing the legislation to legalize 11 million illegals in the country. You know what's coming down the pike. He's talking about the fuel prices. California's already taken it to the next level, at least in this particular town. I think this is maybe the first in the country. Petaluma, California. Petaluma, California has voted to outlaw new gas stations. The first of what climate activists hope will be numerous cities and counties to do so. Now, why does this matter? First of all, they say, well, because expect more such ordinances, particularly in liberal towns. Grassroots groups are popping up with the mission of spreading this type of ban and forcing pollution cleanups at existing gas stations. Their goal, of course, is to accelerate the shift to electric vehicles. This is not a ban on existing gas stations, which are providing all the gas we currently need. According to the U.S. Oil and Gas Campaign Director for the environmental group Stand.Earth. We've got enough. The problem with allowing new gas stations is we don't need them. And they're actually putting existing gas stations out of business. So in Petaluma, California, where neighborhood opposition to a new Safeway gas station, they had proposed building a new station there. And they fought it and fought it and fought it. The council then voted unanimously last week to move forward with a permanent ban on any new gas stations. The final vote happened this past day. So existing stations will not be allowed to add new gas pumps, although they're encouraged to install electric charging bays. We're talking a city, roughly 60,000 people, that has 16 operational gas stations. All right. The city councilor who introduced this measure is quoted as saying, the goal here is to move away from fossil fuels and make it as easy as possible to do that. Ultimately, the time will come where you won't be able to find a gas pump in that town. But you can find a charging station. That's the goal. They're pushing everyone toward electric vehicles. All right, with that, bottom of the hour here, we'll get to your calls, more of your calls just ahead. Looks like Doc Holliday's on the line. He may very well be the smartest man in the world. We'll check in with horse feathers and room for you at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
A number of states have begun easing their COVID restrictions as new cases and hospitalizations have been falling for several weeks, and a third vaccine begins to be distributed. But health experts say that now is not the time to take our foot off the gas. CDC Director Dr. Rochelle Walensky said Monday that continuing mitigation efforts could prevent a fourth surge of coronavirus infections.
We have the ability to stop a potential fourth surge of cases in this country. Please stay strong in your conviction. Continue wearing your well-fitted mask and taking the other public health prevention actions that we know work. Ultimately, vaccination is what will bring us out of this pandemic. To get there, we need to vaccinate many more people.
This is USA Radio News.
Are you looking for senior care for your mom or dad but don't know where to start? Hi, I'm Jen London with The Place for Mom. Nobody knows your parent or loved one better than you, and nobody knows senior living better than the experts at A Place for Mom. They've helped thousands of families find the right place for their mom or dad.
I was so glad that I called A Place for Mom. My advisor really listened and was truly my partner in finding senior care for my dad. She went out of her way to get to know him as a person and was always there whenever I had a question.
The senior living advisors at A Place for Mom partner with thousands of families every month, listening and offering local knowledge and advice to help find the best senior living communities across the country. And it's a free service. Here's the number.
Call A Place for Mom at 1-800-370-2715.
There's a place for answers, a place for mom. Call today.
Call A Place for Mom at 1-800-370-2715. That's 1-800-370-2715.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hotshot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
Pure Flow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with Pure Flow Air Dog.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has 2 purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hotshot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hotshot Secret. Powered by science.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Once again, real quick, like for those that are listening, viewing, whatever it is, whatever your pleasure, via the Hot Shot Secret YouTube or the Hot Shot Secret Facebook pages, it's real easy to find the Steve Summers Overnight Drive YouTube or Facebook. If you just go to overnightdriveradio.com, put that on your browser or your smartphone, and that'll bring up the Overnight Drive Radio webpage. Click there on either the Facebook or the YouTube, and there it is. But you're not on the Hot Shot Secret page then. Does that make sense? Real easy to find. Yeah, all right. Where did we leave off there? Yeah, let's see if is that really old Doc Holliday on the line once again? Hey, good morning, Doc.
Well, good morning, Steve, and good morning, Dean. I got a question for your guest there, Dean, for Tax Help MD. Could I holler at him for a minute there, please? Is it Dean in there tonight?
That was like a week ago there, Doc. You're a day late and $1 short.
Well, I told him I was going to call when he came in there and talk to him.
Yeah, just a little bit behind. You missed out by a little bit.
Oh, well, darn, I missed it. I thought Dean was in there tonight. Well, Steve, didn't I call you last week sometime and I was at a casino or something?
Yeah, you're having a bad night. You actually remember that call, Doc? I think you were down like 2,800 that point in time?
Well, I wound up 29 altogether down that night. It was a pretty bad night, Steve. But Steve, I could be.
Very well.
Don't know, but could be the smartest man in the world.
What can you help us out with tonight, Doc?
Well, Steve, I got a deal for you. Me and you and Big Ed can pull together on this deal here. We can make, Steve, I think we can make millions, maybe billions.
Oh, yeah?
We may even be richer than Jeff Jeff Bezos after all this is over.
Oh, boy. This has got to be a good one.
I mean, well, Steve, if you can't beat them, join them. You know, they talking about all these electric cars and everything like that.
Mm-hmm.
But, Steve, let me ask you. If you're driving a gas-operated car and you run out of gas side the road, you either got to call somebody to bring you gas or you got to walk to a gas station, correct?
Yes,
and
sir.
get a can of gas.
I've had to do that more than once.
Well, if you run an well, me too. I've even run my big truck out of fuel. I had to get fuel to the big truck. And that's a pain in the ass.
No doubt.
You got to walk to the station like 10 times to get enough fuel to get it to go.
Yep.
But what, Steve? We might as well just join the club and get into the electric car game. And what I propose is we get us some pick-em-up trucks, Steve, and we get some big generators and put on the back that hooks to these electric charging cars.
Yeah.
Because they're going to be running out of electricity side the road and anywhere. People just ain't going to be used to them, and they're going to be breaking down everywhere. And we go around for a nominal fee and with our big generator on the back of the pickup truck, and we charge these people upside the road and get them going.
No, we're still going to need fossil fuel for our big generator, though, aren't we?
Well, we're going to run the generator on diesel fuel, yeah. We're going to run it on diesel fuel. But we go around and we charge all these little cars up breaking down side the road. See, we could have an enterprise, and we could call it Doc Steve Ed Charging Services, and we'd probably be busy all day long. We might even have to hire a crew, Steve, of hundreds of people to work for us.
You think
and
that
buy
many,
hundreds of pickup trucks and hundreds of generators.
that many people are going to be running out of juice, huh?
There'll be that many people running out of juice, I guarantee you.
You may very well be the smartest man in the world.
We could probably make millions on this. Well, we could probably make millions on this, and I would need you. We don't even get old Horse Feathers in on it. You and Horse Feathers and Big Ed to go ahead and send me a check, and I'll go ahead and get this deal started and buy the pickup trucks and the generators. If y'all could send me, a startup fee. And Steve, I just don't know. We could probably be bigger than Jeff Bezos.
That's what you mean about getting in on the ground floor. You a little startup fee. All right. Well, yeah.
Well, yeah. We got to have a startup fee. Fee.
Okay.
But Steve, also another thing too. I want to be a little serious here. I don't think Trump should run in 2024. I really don't. I don't think he would win. I mean, he'd get a lot of votes.
Yeah.
But I don't think he would win because a lot of the a lot of the Republican women, I think some of them just didn't vote for him because they didn't like his tone or whatever. They approved of what he did, but I don't think they voted for Biden either. I think they just didn't vote. I think the one that's going to run, and I believe she can win this, is Kristi Noem of South Dakota.
You like her?
I like Kristi Noem. Yep, I sure do.
Is that just because she's a pretty girl? Is it because she's just a sexy brunette, or do you really think she's got what it takes?
Well, sure. I think she's got what it takes. She is a sexy brunette now, no doubt about that. I think she can win this thing hands down. Or there's another one too, Nikki Haley. I think she could win it too. But I believe Kristi Noem could probably get more votes and get the women that just stayed home and didn't vote this time. And I believe that she could actually win it. But we got to get rid of these mail-in ballots. This mail-in ballot thing is what cost Trump the election.
Yep.
Because I'm one of the ones that believes, Steve, that they didn't that damn many people vote for Biden. They come out in the middle of the night and dumped all these ballots, just like in Georgia, Steve. Purdue and, that girl, damn it, Kelly Loeffler, they were both way ahead, right? Every county in Georgia had 90-something% of their votes in, except for one county, DeKalb County. And DeKalb County waited till the last minute and then dumped like 200,000 votes out all of a sudden. Just enough votes in those 200,000 for what they needed to pull ahead. Kind of strange, ain't it? And all these mail-in ballots that came in, I think people just made people's names up, sent them in, and the people at the polls, the Democrats got hold to them, and they would just counted them, and they were just counting people that didn't even exist, Steve. Because I don't believe that if you total the Trump votes up and the Biden votes up together, damn near everybody in the United States that were registered voted. That's never happened.
Largest turnout in history. I mean, you, like so many others, Doc, have suspicions. And I have suspicions because they would not allow investigations. The courts, the lower courts turned it down. The Supreme Court not taking up the cases about wanting to investigate. You know, had the FBI confiscated or put those Dominion voting machines that were accused of being possibly hacked, infiltrated by foreign players like China or whatever, if they would have got those and locked them down, the technical experts could have got in and proven definitively whether or not there were any improprieties that had taken place with those voting machines. Seeing as they didn't, we all have questions. A lot of people don't have confidence that the elections are legitimate, and that's not good. It's not good to not have confidence in your vote.
I don't think it was. And I'm real surprised the Supreme Court throwed out the chances that they had to launch an investigation on this. I'm really surprised about that. I mean, that just bewildered the hell out of me. But anyway, Steve, I will await your check and Horse Feather's check and Big Ed's check. If y'all will go ahead and send me that check, I'll go ahead and get this new business started. Just send what you can, a minimum of $1,995 each.
Oh, just that's a very small start. Well, Doc, I'll tell you what, if you give me your fax number, I will fax you the cash.
That's BR549.
There you go. Yeah, he very well may be the smartest man in the world. And then again, he may be a dumbass. Good to hear from you, though, Doc. Thanks for checking in. All right, I guess this may be the first of potentially many such announcements for those that are anxious to get away from it all and head out on the high seas via a big cruise ship. Royal Caribbean's newest ship, which is called the Odyssey of the Seas, is set to debut in the month of May with departures from Israel. Here's the kicker. All passengers and all crew over the age of 16 must have been vaccinated. You got to take the shot or you can't get on the ship. In conjunction with Israel's health and tourism authorities, Royal Caribbean will be the first to offer fully vaccinated sailings, where both crew and guests, again over the age of 16, will be vaccinated against COVID, according to the statement from the cruise line. Now, Israel has not yet opened their vaccination appointments to residents ages 16 and under. That's why it's everyone 16 and older. Royal Caribbean, Norwegian Cruise Line Holdings, and Costa Cruises have all said they intend to vaccinate crew members on their vessels, but a fully vaccinated cruise, that's kind of the next level up. That's a newer commitment. Now, they're not saying this is going to be across the board, but this is kind of the beginning. Originally supposed to sail in Rome before heading to Florida in November, the new ship's debut in Israel marks the first time the cruise line will have sailings departing from that country, says Royal Caribbean. The current situation throughout Europe is still uncertain. Israel, of course, has been praised for their COVID-19 management. So they're well placed to resume cruise operations. Cruises ranging from 3 to 7 night round-trip voyages, visiting the Greek Isles and Cyprus, will be offered initially to Israelis only and will depart from Haifa, Israel. Royal Caribbean says sailing from Israel is an opportunity we've had our sights on for quite some time now. We greatly appreciate the government of Israel for their collaboration and confidence in us. While some of the cruise destinations have taken shape, details on what proof of vaccination will look like for passengers, they're still trying to work that out. But first, other cruise lines, we had the other cruise line that sails in the Mediterranean. They also announced that all passengers will have to have vaccinations before departing there. So we'll see what the future holds, what we will and won't be able to do without a vaccine. All right, lines available at 844-844-3388. Real quick, like if you weren't with us last evening, Kyle had checked in about the big weekend of racing at the South Georgia Motorsports Park there. The Lights Out 12, hundreds of racers racing over. It started like Wednesday night, ran all the way through Sunday. But the Hot Shot Secret sponsored Firepunk Diesel S10 pickup made diesel history, the first ever diesel to break into the threes with a pass of 3.99. I mean, it's just under, but it's in the threes. It's officially in the books. So to celebrate that particular history-making run, Hot Shot Secret's going to give away a free bottle of FR3 with every online order of $50 or more. Use the coupon code FR3 seconds. FR, the number 3 seconds when you're checking out. And that'll get you your free bottle of FR3, again, with every order, $50 or more. And as always, military, first responders, CDL holders all receive an additional 10% off of every order. FR3, the friction reducer, formulated with Hot Shot Secret's patented nanocarbon technology, which is infused into all of Hot Shot Secret's adrenaline racing oils, which they can proudly tout is powering the world's fastest diesel. How about that? That was a pretty exciting weekend, and they're just getting the new racing season underway, so there you go. All right, let me jump over to old Horse Feathers checking in this morning. What do you say, Horse Feathers?
Morning, Your Honor. I appreciate you having Doc Holliday on there before me. So, hey, Steve, you know what? That Doc Holliday there, he might be the smartest man in the world.
You think?
Might. He might.
Might. Maybe. Possibly.
Fuck yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway, you notice how he knows all our names when he wants us to send him money?
Uh-huh. Yeah, and you're right about that.
Any other day of the week, he can't remember our names, you know? You know, today there, he wants money, and all of a sudden he remembers all our names. Huh. Interesting. So anyways, I forwarded you a couple emails there. I talked to a nice lady down at the Make-A-Wish for the truck convoy there in Lancaster, PA, the Mother's Day truck convoy.
Yes.
And so anyways, I've gotten myself registered for this year, but it looks like they're probably going to hold the amount of trucks to be in the actual convoy to participate right around 100 trucks. And the thing is that with this whole virus deal still going on and vaccinations and all that, they across the whole Make-A-Wish deal nationwide or worldwide, whatever, I guess it's worldwide probably for them. They aren't having Wish Kids at any of the events, just for the fact that they don't want to take a chance of having one of their kids they're trying to give a wish to end up getting the virus. There's no sense, instead of getting a wish, you get something instead of the wish. But anyway, so without having the Wish Kids there, they're really not going to invite the general public to participate at the Mannheim Auto Auction where the trucks are going to be staged. But what they are going to do is they're going to make it almost a trucker jamboree type thing, I guess, for the participating drivers. So it's going to be about the drivers this year. It's at the Mannheim Auto Auction there, where they staged for the convoy to start out from. So it's as I say, it's going to be all about the drivers in that. But I let her know about your situation and what happened in November, and because I know I'm not sure if you talked to Kathy at all or if you only talked to Ben, but and I know Tom Bigby talked to Ben quite a few times there in the years past.
Mm-hmm.
And so anyways, Ben is not with, I'm not sure if he's with Make-A-Wish anymore or not, but he's at least not up here in the Lancaster, the Philadelphia, Delaware chapter that does the truck convoys. So Kathy is the person to talk to with that, and I've kind of sent you a bunch of stuff, but I let her know about you moving on and how Chris put you to work and got you back on your feet and this new show program platform going, and she was interested in that, and I told her what Chris had done for the Waypoint Vets, and just hopefully Chris will want to talk to her, or she'll be able to talk to Chris, and maybe there's something between Make-A-Wish and Hot Shot Secrets. She actually had a couple ideas, and in the reply she sent to me, I forwarded them on to you, so you have them on, and you can hopefully get them on to authorities that that would be in charge of stuff like that, because she had some ideas that, I mean, even possibly, the other things could work with Make-A-Wish. So I'm hoping it'll be a good combination. So anyways, but the truck convoy is on, and as I say, they're planning on running 100 trucks, and they're going to take registrations for as many as they can get. So any donations, anybody who wants to register, you can pretty much do a virtual convoy with them. So, I mean, if you're out in California or Arizona or Alaska, or hey, Sylvester down there in Australia,
right?
Join up, be part of the Make-A-Wish convoy in Lancaster, Pennsylvania. Register up, get some donations. I know we got a listener in New Zealand. It'd be pretty cool. It could be the worldwide, Make-A-Wish convoy in Lancaster, Pennsylvania. How awesome would that be?
Yeah. Now, technically, that is their largest fundraiser every year, correct? For the Make-A-Wish Foundation in that region. I mean, the Mother's Day Make-A-Wish convoy. When they actually retook back like the world record here, what was it, like 2-3 years ago? They had what, close to, was it 500 and something, or close to 600 trucks?
We had just shy of 600 trucks there.
That's what I thought.
And that was my first convoy, and that's been about 5 years. As Ron said, where is this time going? You just said Aubrey is 7 years old.
No,
what?
Avery.
How did that happen?
Avery, the little boy. Avery is 7.
Yeah,
Aubrey's like, she's just learning how to crawl. But yeah, Avery is
the daughter,
7 years old. Yes.
Avery's. How did that happen?
You blink your eyes.
Put some books on his head, would you? Hold him down. Don't let him grow up like that. That's way too fast.
Yes.
So anyways, we get talking about the virus and stuff like that and things going on and the vaccination and that. And I just mentioned Alaska. You know the Iditarod's going on up there in Alaska, right? The guys that go out there with their dogs and try to freeze to death, taking a sled ride. Yeah. Do you know the reason for the Iditarod and why it is and why it's done every year. Do you know the reason behind the Iditarod? The original purpose?
Honestly, I have no idea.
The Iditarod was a vaccination way to get vaccines to people in the way out back wherever they had to get to.
Yeah.
Back for diphtheria. They actually took the diphtheria vaccination out on with the sled dogs and out to all the people way out in the middle of nowheres, because they didn't have the bush planes to fly all the vaccinations in. And it started a tradition, and now they do the Iditarod race. But it was actually because of diphtheria and vaccinations.
Isn't that something? How about
I
that?
had not a clue until I heard. Yeah, I was listening to my little Alaska station there that I listened to, and they brought that little fact out. And I'm like, who would ever have thought? But anyways, so I guess there's our education for the day.
Yeah, we learned something.
Here, one political thing.
Okay.
Here. Yeah, I know that's a scary thing, isn't it? Teach a truck driver something. Here's a political thing for you. What would happen if Donald Trump runs to be a member of the House of Representatives in 2022 and he wins, and the Republicans take over the House of Representatives in 2022, and somebody nominates him to be Speaker of the House? How do you think that would go over?
Oh, boy. Yeah, right?
Wouldn't that just be the cat's pajamas there for Nancy Pelosi if Donald Trump took her job in 2022? Just a thought.
That would be pretty cool. Could it happen? Yeah, could you imagine, the look on Nancy Pelosi's face? Oh, my. All right, let me see here real quick. As we're top of the hour, we'll get a news update. It looks like, is it really? Could it be the world famous monkey gouger? I think this is his first night back out on the road since I don't know when. He'll have to fill us in. But yeah, we'll get to monkey gouger right after the break. And I think Sylvester's going to check in from the land down under to talk about the world's largest truck convoy. What do we got here? Ron checking in from Wildwood, Florida, where it's 73 degrees. Thanks so much, Ron. Morning to Steve, you and your friends. Very cold and very windy here in New England. And we'll get to some of the other comments coming up here. Right now, though, news update time. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
A number of states have begun easing their COVID restrictions as new cases and hospitalizations have been falling for several weeks, and a third vaccine begins to be distributed. But health experts say that now is not the time to take our foot off the gas. CDC Director Dr. Rochelle Walensky said Monday that continuing mitigation efforts could prevent a fourth surge of coronavirus infections.
We have the ability to stop a potential fourth surge of cases in this country. Please stay strong in your conviction. Continue wearing your well-fitted mask and taking the other public health prevention actions that we know work. Ultimately, vaccination is what will bring us out of this pandemic. To get there, we need to vaccinate many more people.
This is USA Radio News.
Maybe you've heard about MediShare and you know what it is. It's the affordable alternative to health insurance, but you've wondered, can I really save a significant amount of money on my monthly healthcare bills? And the answer is an emphatic yes, you can. You can save a lot of money, whether it's just for you or for an entire family. MediShare has an option for you. In fact, the typical family saves $500 a month switching to MediShare. And it really is the gold standard when it comes to healthcare sharing. You get free telehealth services, you get a huge network of doctors, you get great customer support, and you get the sense of security that comes from being a part of 400,000 people who share not just each other's medical bills, but purpose too. MediShare is a community of Christians who pull together and pray for each other, which is very refreshing right now. If you want more info, it's so simple. You can get a price within 2 minutes. Call 833-34-BIBLE. That's 833-34-BIBLE. 833-34-BIBLE.
President Joe Biden has changed a number of Trump-era policies since coming into office, specifically reversing a number of the former president's orders on immigration and enforcement. But Congresswoman Nancy Mace says that too many of President Biden's policies are focused on reversing those of his predecessor. The South Carolina Republican tells Fox News that Washington's focus should be on the American people.
The Biden administration is trying to literally undo everything good, especially that the Trump administration did. Under his administration, we had record unemployment, not only for women, but Black and brown African Americans, Hispanic Americans, hardworking Americans. And everyone wants, I think, to have free trade with our neighbors. We want to support and be allies to our neighboring countries here and abroad. But we've got to take a stand and work for the American people. That's why we're here today, for nobody else but us, and to pull us up, to get us through COVID-19 pandemic, to keep our doors open, to keep businesses open, to put kids in school. And we're failing right now.
This is USA Radio News.
You've heard me talking about MyPillow for 3 years, folks. It's the truth. I get the best sleep of my life with a MyPillow. You can do it too. 60-day money-back guarantee, 10-year warranty, made in the USA. You'll sleep well or you'll get your money back. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, use my promo code USA, get 2 MyPillow premium pillows for the price of one, or call 1-800-951-8175. Get the best sleep of your life and do it now.
With more and more Americans receiving vaccinations against COVID, questions are now surfacing over whether a booster shot will be needed in the future. Lance Pry has more from the USA Radio News West Coast Bureau.
With the third Operation Warp Speed COVID-19 vaccine getting emergency use approval Saturday, the question now is, how often will we need to take the COVID-19 vaccine? Professor of Medicine at NYU, Dr. Mark Siegel, tells Fox News it won't be needed yearly.
It's probably, we're very conservative, as you know, in the medical establishment. It's probably going to be last more than a year. It's looking very good right now that the immunity will last more than a year, maybe 2, maybe 3. And if we have to give a booster, it's because variants are emerging that we want to cover better.
A Harvard immunologist on the Harvard website said current vaccines appear to be effective enough to end the pandemic. From the West Coast of USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
And with the NCAA Men's Division I basketball tournament being moved to a single location, another postseason tournament is following suit. The National Invitation Tournament announced Monday that it will hold the entire event this year in the Dallas-Fort Worth area when it begins later this month. The tournament will also downsize its field, shrinking to 16 teams from the usual 32. The semifinals and championship games have traditionally been held at Madison Square Garden in New York City. First held in 1938, the NIT has become associated as a postseason tournament for teams that didn't make the NCAA field. For USA Radio News, I'm Dan Naraki.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Okay, right back at it. Hour number 2 here on a Tuesday, second day of March. Yeah, March is finally here. As I mentioned last evening, the month that brings us springtime. Spring arrives. St. Patty's Day coming up on, what is that, March 17th, I think it is. All right. Yeah, we'll spring forward here in a couple weeks. Spring forward, back to daylight savings time. All right, we'll get more on the traveler's weather coming up here momentarily. Just one quick heads up. If you're going to be traveling, places, we said that there's an Arctic air mass clipping the northeastern portions of the country. Yeah, very, very chilly. We had the message of that here a few minutes ago from one of our listeners. You've actually got wind chill advisories in effect until 11 o'clock Tuesday morning. Very cold wind chills. You got, very high winds, first of all, and the cold temperatures. Wind chills between 20 and 29 below zero. Very cold wind chills. The western and southern Adirondacks of eastern New York, the southern Green Mountains of Vermont. These cold wind chills could cause frostbite on exposed skin in as little as 30 minutes. The coldest wind chills will be occurring over the higher elevations there, but that's cold. 20 below, 29 below zero. Wind chill factors again. Now, back to the phones we go. Hell, I'm thinking it's probably been maybe the second week of our show. Last time we heard from this guy. How the hell are you, Monkey Gouger?
Well, we are living, Steve. We are back in business, and picked up a load today and a little short run. They just tested me out to make sure I'm going to be okay and run over here to Music City, and then they're going to load me tomorrow night, go to Dallas, and then hope we're going to be in full swing, man. But I'll tell you, I missed all of y'all. Y'all don't know how much I missed you. I kept up with you, but look here, man, about 8:30, 9 o'clock at night after you've been keeping a 4-year-old all day, and you whooped. And then she comes back at 6 o'clock in the morning. You got to get your rest, baby.
Yeah.
But Miss Harlan Sue kept Granddaddy on his toes, and she was a good nurse. If I could just teach you how to pull them Band-Aids off without ripping the hair off of me, everything would be fine. I reckon she loved to watch me jump. But no, everything's good, Steve. We're healed up. Surgery was 100% a success. Just had a long recovery, and he said it would be a long recovery to, get everything back in place and get everything healed up and everything. But, man, I'll tell you something. I never knew how much I missed truck driving.
Refresh my memory, Monkey Gouger. What did you have surgery on? It took so long to recover?
I had a mastectomy, but they didn't take my breast or my lymph nodes. What had happened was, over the years, having one arm and everything pulling to that side.
Yeah.
The best way you could explain it, I had a muscle mass that ruptured up under my arm.
Oh.
And they had to go in and cut it out, and that was one reason that it took so long to heal up, because your body starts playing games. So something bees there, and I mean, every week I had to go to the doctor. Every week, Tuesday morning, 9 o'clock, lay there, take 2 shots of that that numbing medicine that burned like hell, and they were drawing anywhere from 500 to 600 cc's a week off of it.
Wow.
And they said that was just normal. And then I had a surgery on my neck while he was in there doing my arm. He got finished with my arm, and I had a place on my neck that was old baseball injuries when I was about 12 or 13, and that was the one that kicked the rear end, because that thing had wrapped all up in my spine and muscles and stuff, and it took him right at 2 hours to get that out of there. But hey, Steve, man, I feel so much better. I can move my arm. I can, and it don't bother me. I can move my neck side to side. Don't feel like something grabbing it in there. I mean, he done a heck of a job on me.
That's good.
That arm deal was the one that was holding us up there. We just, your body just tells you you need something there to replace what you took out, and it just keeps pumping fluid in there. And that was the reason for that. But
okay.
I'm gonna tell you, Steve, I never knew how much I missed driving a truck for the last 3 months. I'm not ready for retirement. I enjoyed my grandchildren. I got to be around them a bunch, But hey, man, you know, there ain't but so much people can do. And being a full-time babysitter ain't my gig, man. So anyway, we're back at the big Peter Mobile, and we're roaming the roads tonight, and hope to be out here and keep on getting the job done.
All right, yeah. Well, we've missed you, Monkey Gouger. We thought about you many a times. I kept week after week. I kept saying, I thought he was going to be back out on the road now. Oh, I thought he was going to be back out on the road. I did see your post yesterday that you said Monday going to be your first night out, and it's been that long. It's been nearly 3 months.
Then it was. I went in December. I come in December the 1st, and returned on March the 1st.
Wow.
It's right at 30. I think 30 days what Debbie counted up. But man, we healed up. We ready to do a truck show, man. They need to get rid of this COVID mess and let's have a truck show. We need a hillbilly homecoming. We need to get all these rednecks out in the parking lot. Let's talk some trucking and stuff. Cause there's been enough politics talk in the last
Yes.
3 months, you know. I mean, see, they got where I wouldn't even turn on Fox News or nothing. I got to watching, when he told me that I had to take it easy, you know, I mean, I could keep the grandchildren and stuff like that, but he said no heavy lifting, nothing like that. And I got to watching these mini-series like Queen of the South and Animal Kingdom and Goliath. And, man, I'm going to tell you something, man. They got some really good shows, mini-series that you know, it makes you wonder what's really going on out here in this world.
Yes,
especially that Queen of the South, about that drug cartel. I don't know if you ever watched any of that or not, but I highly recommend that. But other than that, everything's good, man. We just cruising around out here, trying to stay out of trouble. What has been on your agenda, man? I ain't seen you. You had no milk downs lately. I was wondering if you took a chill pill or something.
No, for the most part, I'm just trying to stay out of the fray. You know what I mean? You get it, kind of like you. The whole politics thing. It gets old. So
I agree with you. I mean, man, there was people coming by the house. You know, they stopped by there and check, bring me something to eat. The neighbors would stop and bring me something to eat. Hell, like I ain't 35 pounds while I was off. And, you know, cooking breakfast in the morning, cooking them Pop-Tarts for them grandchildren. And I found out my favorite Pop-Tart now, Oreo cookie stuff. You got to try it, man.
Oh,
Have you tried it yet?
I don't think I've tried that. No.
Well, you need to run down to the local Kroger tomorrow and get you a box of them Oreo Pop-Tarts and try them things. I guarantee you that's some of the best Pop-Tarts I believe they've ever. The flavor, I love them things.
All right, I'll check that out.
It makes the kids happy and they stay quiet.
There you go. Yeah. Well, it sure is good to hear from you, Monkey Gouger. Of course, now that you're back out in the real world with us again, you won't be a stranger, right?
Oh no, Steve, no, man. I'll be going back to my regular thing. I torment and aggravate the hell out of everybody and see who I can piss off. I ain't gonna let that get away from me.
Okay.
Like I say, man, Steve, I'm gonna tell you something, man. Laying all just aside, you know, I'd get my hopes up so many times that I was gonna get to come back to work. You know, and you go up there and draw too much off of it. And man, I got a damn state of depression there for about 2 weeks.
Uh-huh.
And Debbie told me, she said, look here, you got to get up off that couch and quit watching these damn daytime soap operas or what the hell you been watching, and we're going to ride you down to the swamp. Man, I went down there and stuck my face in that swamp water, splashed it up on me. It revived me. I said, nah, this is what I'm talking. This is what I got to look for, driving truck and playing in the swamp. It revived me. Just a little sprinkle of that swamp water on me. Made me feel good.
There you go.
But it was good to talk to y'all, and I want to thank everybody out there, the listeners, for checking on me and all the kind thoughts and everything. Because I mean, we had them all over the world come in, and I can't thank everybody enough. And Steve, with that, the Monkey Gouger is fitting to get out here and go 10-7.
All right. Be safe out there, Monkey Gouger. Back on the road. Look out. He's back out there on the roadways. They'll never be the same. All right. It is 844-3388. Let me jump down to the land down under as the sun begins to set. What's going on, Sylvester?
Oh, yeah. No, not far from it. Yeah, I was about to send you a, sorry, I'm actually making, okay, so when you live outside of the U.S., you start craving things, right, that are like only American. So I've just, had some pork tenderloin that I'd done up, and I put some barbecue sauce on it, sauteed some onions with it. Now get some jalapenos with it, and I'm about to have myself a barbecue sandwich, brother.
Mm-hmm.
Man, I'm missing it.
Sounds yummy.
Yeah, that's one thing I got to miss. Some of the good foods over there, man. Come on, COVID, let's get rid of this. Stop so I can actually come over there and have some real barbecue.
Yeah.
I mean, Aussies do cook well, but man, I'm telling you what, I miss some good American barbecue. Yeah, even South Carolina barbecue is good. North Carolina barbecue. You know what? I think we probably even go for some. I don't care right now. So anyway, I'm cooking up that right now. But the reason I called.
Yes.
So doing the world's largest truck convoy from over here is a lot more complicated than doing it over there. I can't just put together some flyers and say, hey, let's get some money for, Make-A-Wish, because Make-A-Wish doesn't exist over here.
Right.
Or if it does, it's a different entity altogether. So First Feather is a great idea, a little bit more than I think I can handle at the moment. They do have actually a truck convoy over here. And I mean, I guess I could contact them soon because I'm trying to remember when they actually do it. It's coming up. I have to look it up, but it's I think they do it for a similar charity, but not the same charity. But anyway, so that was the main reason I called.
Okay.
Because I heard work with others, and I figured I'd tell them, good idea, not necessarily doable. But yeah, it's good to hear. Good to hear Monkey Gouger back on the highway, man. And I was wondering what happened because I didn't know what actually happened. Now, I'm sure that there'll be people that'll go that'll wonder about having a quote unquote mastectomy.
Right.
But I will tell you, it's not really that uncommon. And I have a very, very good friend of mine, Ken Graham, who is a trainer, driver trainer in Dallas, Texas. I knew him up in Memphis, and for Schneider, and he actually died of breast cancer.
Yeah.
So if you think you can't, I got news for you. I have personal experience. A dear friend of mine, Ken Graham, died of breast cancer. It's something that men need to check on. It's like I said, it's not incredibly uncommon. It doesn't sound like what Monkey Gouger had actually was actual cancer.
Right. Right.
Didn't pick that up. Did he say? He didn't say that.
No,
right?
no. It's some sort of the muscle rupture or something up in there. So yeah.
Okay, which is good. I'm glad to hear that. Because I saw Ken waste away. He was a big guy. Well, I say big. He was kind of, he looked like a truck driver. And I will tell you, one of the funniest, nicest guys you'll ever know. You got really had something very bad done to him, and he still came out smelling like a rose because he was just that decent of a fella.
Right.
And then he contracted breast cancer. So he had a number of operations, and then ended up, it did end up killing him. But anyway, so yeah. So, I mean, there are a variety of men's health issues that we don't even think about. We've had a number of men who've died of testicular cancer when we've talked, they used to call in years ago. testicular cancer, bowel cancer, and things like that. So don't forego your medical checks. It's really, really, really important.
Yes.
There are people that count on you, and there are also the people, that care for you. And it's funny because actually I had a dream last night about burnt beans. Remember burnt beans?
I do. Yes.
Don McKinley.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I had a dream about him last night. And, he died of cancer that was derived from Agent Orange exposure in Vietnam. Many of us who served in the military were exposed to a variety of things that are very well could kill us. My father, who in 2017 died of lung cancer, was fairly definite and almost absolutely for sure that the type of lung cancer that he had, he actually got from asbestosis. It was asbestosis. And he was exposed to it on a Navy ship from 1960 until 1963. And then he worked at a steel company. He was a metallurgist. And he could have gotten it there, but more likely, in the Navy, working when he was in the Navy, when that ship was in the Navy Yard.
Right.
So, as military people, don't forget, you have rights. You have the ability to go to the VA. Even if you don't have full medical paid for, you can go in. In fact, you should go in for checkups, and you have outpatient health coverage through the VA, unless you're not honorably discharged. If you've got a DD-214 where you've been honorably discharged, you have that right. So veterans, please use that. I used it, and I will tell you, found a couple of things, and with my diabetes, which again they trace back to not just my weight gain, but probably from some of the inoculations that we had up until the 1980s. So use it. It's there. Use it. I agree with you and Monkey Gouger. At some point, the politics gets old. We have to fight the fight, and we have to fight it smart. We can react just like the left does in this cancel culture. And as soon as we hear something we don't like, we react to it and we want to shut it down. Shut them down, shut them down. Well, oftentimes what we need to do is we need to let them talk so that we can make people realize how stupid they sound. Ted Cruz is really good at that. I mean, like the whole thing that he had with, what's her name? Who was that on the ABC World News Tonight or whatever, one of the weekend shows, Andrea Mitchell.
Yes.
And, she was trying to teach him, I don't believe that was, I know better than you do. That was actually Tennessee Williams or whomever. And it was actually from a line from Macbeth. But anyway, so the thing is we need to work smart to do this. We have a big fight ahead of us. As conservatives, the media generally is against us. As conservatives, our ability to get out and get the word out is getting more and more difficult. We have to use every opportunity that we can. This is a great platform as a conservative to get information out. 7 years ago, I started doing a thing. I would call in and have a chat with you about things, and and I would always say, get educated, get prepared, get ready, something like that anyway. And it comes down to it, figure out what's really going on, get the information, and then prepare. at some point we're going to need to stand up and make a stand. Yeah, I live in Australia, but you know what? I'm calling into this show because I still believe in this. And also I believe in you, Steve. I think that you've got a fantastic and important show, not just for the trucking industry, but for Radio Free America.
No.
We need to make sure that the word continues to get out. Whatever I can do to support your show, my friend, I will continue. It probably will be this week. I make my first order from Hot Shot Secret. I'm going to email Kyle. I'd like to find out about distributing the product over here. I think that you guys are, Hot Shot Secret is a fantastic product. I used it previously in my truck, and I really believe that it's developed into something more than just an engine additive or a cleaner for, on the injector side. I think it's much more than that. It's much more than that. I really see it as much of a movement as anything. So, and just continue on, my friend. Do we have any news yet about any terrestrial radio or satellite radio yet?
Have not had an update on that in a few days, but yeah, I say patience. I know they're working on all that.
Because I heard a comment from an individual on the radio when you were interviewing them, and he said something. I was like, "Oh, there's something going on. He knows something that we don't know." But so you can't say anything about. Okay. All right. Well, I look forward to whenever that ends up happening. I'm trying to get you to say something, but this is what makes you the consummate professional. You can shut up when you're able to, when you should be.
I'm not keeping any secrets. If I had anything I could share, I would. Promise.
Yeah. My friend, look, fantastic show as always. Thanks, man.
Thank you very much. All right. Yeah, it'll happen. It'll be coming. It'll be patience, my friend. Patience, my friend. Okay, coming up here, get a news update. I had the gentleman called in right at the tail end of the show Friday morning, asking me about HR 1, requesting that I give a little more background. He's didn't know whether it was a good thing or a bad thing, and so I'll get back to that here coming up just ahead. Meanwhile, it's 844-844-3388, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
A top White House coronavirus official says it's still too difficult to schedule an appointment for a vaccine in many areas. White House COVID-19 response coordinator Jeff Zients made the statement Monday during a press briefing. But the major issue is still the supply of vaccines, even with Johnson & Johnson beginning to ship their recently approved shot. Former Vermont Health Commissioner Dr. Paul Jarvis tells CBS News that having enough people to administer the shots is just as important as having a good scheduling system.
There's a lesson to be learned here, and unfortunately learned again, as we did in H1N1 in prior episodes. And that is we invest so many resources in the vaccine development, and we seem to forget that vaccines don't give themselves. We need to also, early in a pandemic, invest in educating the public, gaining acceptance, but very importantly, our public health system so that they can administer the vaccines as they're produced.
This is USA Radio News.
Now is a great time to replace your worn-out windows during the Renewal by Andersen 25-year savings event. Upgrade your home today. Buy 4 windows and get the 5th one free. Plus, get 12 months with no interest, no money down, and no payments. Call now. Get 4 windows and get the 5th one free. Installation and warranty included. Renewal by Andersen takes every CDC-recommended safety precaution to protect your family. For 25 years, people have trusted us for their window replacement needs, and you can too. Call now to learn about our buy 4, get the 5th one free window replacement offer.
800-603-8489. 800-603-8489. 800-603-8489. That's 800-603-8489.
Interest accrues from date of purchase, but is waived if paid in full within 12 months. Other conditions apply. We've adjusted our operations to serve you safely following all CDC guidelines. Visit renewalbyandersen.com for details.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud, always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-632-4506.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Shy Diesel has you covered.
Getting a good night's sleep while on that long haul can be quite the challenge. That's why Commercial Vehicle Group has partnered with Serta Mattress to bring you the Bostrom plus Serta mattress for the best night's sleep possible while you're on the road. The Bostrom plus Serta mattress, manufactured with Serta's patented Cool Gel memory foam, acts to dissipate body heat and eliminate pressure points, which reduces the tossing and turning that can be so disruptive to your sleep. The Bostrom Serta mattress comes in two thicknesses, 7 and 10 inches, offering support to drivers of all shapes and sizes. The mattress comes in the standard 80-inch length with 4 widths, 32, 36, 39, and 42 inches. For more information on the mattress or where to buy, call us at 800-459-7328. That's 800-459-7328.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Fuel additives.
most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Yes, that would be me. Good to be with you. Thank you so much for joining us here. And what are we looking at? Get back to the calls coming up at 844-3388. Let me quickly jump to Darren here. Speaking of the calls, because I think he's got an update on an accident somewhere along I-75. What do you got for us this morning there? James, I believe it is. Morning, James.
Hey, Steve, right there at I-75 mile marker 127, a county truck or a state highway truck and a tanker. The tanker's off in the median. The county truck smashed up on the right shoulder.
Okay. Any idea if there might be a...
Just happened.
So you don't know if there's a spill or anything like that, or...
No, I don't know.
Okay. So is it shut down yet, or do you think they're going to need to shut it down? Or?
No, the police are just getting there. I was able to get through, but the rest of their crew, because it was like a sweeping crew, sweeping the side of the highway.
Yeah.
They were turning around to go back to their guy that got hit.
Okay.
So I don't know much, but I just thought to give everybody a heads up going 75 north, mile marker 127.
127. And where is that? Is that...
I travel it every night, right around Lima.
Okay. I know it was up there a little ways. Okay. All right. Very good. Thank you for the heads up about the 127. All right. So watch out for that. Emergency crews responding. That's one of those rolling cleanup crews, trying to sweep up the debris on the roads and whatnot. So look out. Okay, we'll try to get more on that. HR1, for the gentleman that called the other night. Of course, it depends on who you ask. Everyone has their own opinions. Let me share first from Roll Call, where they say the Biden administration has been lauded for pledging to make, quote, evidence-based decisions guided by the best available science and data. Well, that promise will soon be put to the test when Congress considers H.R. 1, the first piece of legislation introduced by this new Congress. It is entitled the For the People Act of 2021. That all sounds, if it's for the people, it's got to be good, right? The campaign finance portion of the bill, which is a top priority for this administration, includes stricter disclosure requirements, a small dollar public financing system for federal offices, a call for a constitutional amendment to overturn the Supreme Court's Citizens United decision, and changes to the composition of the Federal Election Commission. Well, the problem for this administration is this is riddled with claims that do not hold up when subjected to scientific scrutiny. For example, the legislation offers the promise of fortifying our democracy against, among other evils, the torrent of money flowing into our political system, thereby protecting the integrity of democracy. There's also a flood of money from wealthy special interest in our elections, so says the legislation. Reformers like their liquid metaphors. When a similar bill made its way through the House back in 2019, the New York Times described it as devised to restore public trust in government. When Nancy Pelosi said its campaign finance component was about ending skepticism. It's about money in politics and how that destroys the confidence people have in the process. So these calls for change speak directly to the Supreme Court's justification for upholding the constitutionality of restrictions on political speech to reduce corruption or the appearance of corruption, which the court explicitly ties to maintaining faith in government, which a whole lot of people don't have right now. But do these restrictions work as intended? Well, to find out, we undertook the largest examination to date of survey data on attitudes toward money in politics. Nearly 60,000 individual responses to over 50 surveys conducted starting all the way back in 1987 to 2017. A time period where we just witnessed major changes to campaign finance laws at the state, at the federal, as well as several key campaign finance decisions by the courts, including Citizens United. Another way to frame the findings. There was no difference in levels of trust between a fully deregulated system and a fully regulated system, with limits on contributions, bans on independent expenditures, and public financing of campaigns. So why doesn't campaign finance reform have more of an impact on our public perceptions? One possibility is that a popular mistrust of government is the product of their contentious nature of democratic policies, which often blamed on the role of money in politics, is actually about much more. Matter of fact, 2016, we surveyed Americans. Nearly 2/3 of respondents viewed seeking media coverage or making the other party look bad as potentially corrupt behavior by a politician. So when you look at it like that, it's no surprise. Campaign finance reforms or other institutional or electoral reforms, for that matter, have very little impact on public perceptions. In our research, we found evidence that imperfect reform implementation or unrealized goals make things worse, not better. When reforms don't work as advertised or politicians make end runs around them, Americans get cynical. Survey experiment we designed, reformers' claims that the system is rigged by corporations and other interests were shown to actually hurt Americans' confidence in government. Now, whether it comes from the mouth of Donald Trump or campaign finance reform is pretty much innocuous. One response to our findings might be that we just need to do reform better. Well, we've got 40 years of experimentation with campaign finance reform and virtually no evidence that it actually improves how Americans view their democracy. Decades of social science research suggesting there's no reason to believe campaign finance reforms, which are themselves the product of a democratic process, are going to improve the process in meaningful ways. All right, so several professors going through many, many years. Now, if you flip over and go to the likes of, I believe it was Esquire magazine. There's your hard right-leaning publication. Not. How did they headline it here? Trump's delusional attacks on H.R. 1 show how important this bill is. Now, the House is slated to vote on this week. Of course, they start off bashing Trump and his comments at the CPAC Sunday night. The bill's sponsors say this is it's an amalgamation of what his constituents have told him over and over since he got into Congress in 2007. That's John Sarbanes, the bill's sponsor. Yeah, I tried to say, we want to be able to vote for you. When you get there, we want you to keep paying attention to us and don't get tangled up in the money. Title I of the bill is the John Lewis Voter Empowerment Act that will create automatic voter registration nationwide. It will expand early and absentee voting. Like we need more of that. It will restore voting rights to felons. It will streamline the vote by mail process, which we've all learned how well that works, and so much more. Now, Esquire goes on to tout this as the best thing since sliced bread. But bottom line is, this is nationalizing the elections. The federal government taking the states, essentially the states' rights away as how they handle elections in their own state. It's going to require like the one-size-fits-all for the states. And again, automatic voter registration for everyone. Early. We need more. Expanded early. And absentee voting. Now, the whole restoring voting rights for felons, I guess you could say for those who have, if you've done the crime, you've done your time, once you've served your sentence, I guess, I'm all right with that. Obviously, someone that is currently in prison, serving the time, I don't think they should have the right to vote. Then the biggest one to me is, we're going to streamline the vote by mail process, which means, like the many states that offered up much broader vote by mail voting for the 2020 election, they're looking to expand that on a national scale, to which we're just opening up the box, the possibility of just so much more widespread fraud, ballot harvesting all over the country. So you make the call, but Steve Sommers says it's a bad deal. Esquire magazine thinks, again, it's the best thing since sliced bread, but consider the source. That's all I'll say. But yeah, if you wanted to get a hold of your representative, I would encourage them to no to H.R. 1, the For the People Act. All right, before we get back to your calls, some truck drivers got a sweet surprise over the weekend when a thoughtful family spent their morning passing out gift bags to drivers parked at the Workman's Travel Center in Lowell, Arkansas. Let's see. Over the weekend, the Ford family of Bentonville, Arkansas, distributed gift bags to drivers containing hand sanitizer, face mask, wipes, gloves, chocolate, and some heartwarming thank you cards. Patsy Ford has a special place in her heart for truck drivers, and she's been documenting her support via social media during the pandemic. For the Ford family, passing out gift bags was a way to show truck drivers that you are loved and you're appreciated. Patsy says, my husband is a truck driver. Watching taillights pull away doesn't get any easier. You deal with it, you learn to cope, but I worry about him a lot. So along with her daughter, Sierra, and her husband, Robert, Patsy passed out a trunk full of gift bags to 18-wheelers at the rest stop. 25 years of trucking, that was the first time anybody's ever walked up to me and handed me a gift bag like that. According to one driver, I was shocked. You know, this pandemic has really stressed us out quite a bit. You know, restaurants closed, trouble finding somewhere to get something to eat. You know, I'm really glad there's some people out there that appreciate us like that, bringing us the things we need. All right, there you go. Truckers, we appreciate you. Thanks for all you do. That's Patsy Ford there. That was a pretty nice gesture. All right, what are we looking at? About 11 before the hour. Get back to your calls. And who we got on the line? Would that be Eagle, maybe?
Yeah, I think your computer got it right. Yeah, I told him my name, but sometimes they get it mixed up.
Right.
Yeah, I got a couple things to talk about tonight. Want to talk about something that Trump said yesterday, but I want to talk about this guy in New York, this hypocrite that calls himself Cuomo. You know, this guy here. What'd you say?
Go ahead, Eagle. Just lay it on us.
Okay. You know, this guy here, you know, he badmouthed Donald Trump. You know, when Trump was in the White House, Donald Trump did everything he could to help this man in New York City. You know, he sent a Navy ship there. He sent all kind of medical supplies to the hospitals in New York. And Cuomo still turned his back on Donald Trump when it was all said and done. And, you know, they let this guy get away with putting the coronavirus patients in these senior citizen homes. And, you know, I don't know how many individuals lost their life because of that. Let him get away with that. Now we have some new news on this guy. Now we got... And hopefully he'll be man enough, which I don't think he is, but he should have stepped down a long time ago. But now he has accusations coming out of women of sexual harassment over the last couple of days with this guy. You know, but this guy is quick to talk bad about Donald Trump and what Trump has done, but for some reason he can't look in the mirror and take a look at his own self. And he'll figure out what the real problem is. But like I say, he won't step down. But that's exactly what he needs to do. He hasn't done anything but destroy the city of New York City. He's taking it. Well, he's destroying it one crumb by the other. You know, he's got everything shut down. You know, we've been over this. The schools, the restaurants, and everything else that he decided to close. So if the people in New York City want to continue to deal with a guy like that, then that's their problem, the way I look at it. But I promise you, if I lived in New York City, he wouldn't get my vote. Just put it to you that way. Now, let's go on to this other situation with Donald Trump. You know, Donald Trump said yesterday, and he's exactly right about Joe Biden, another hypocrite. This guy here says he had the nerve to say that Donald Trump didn't leave him any vaccines, that the cupboard was bare when he stepped into the White House, and that he's trying to cover up for all the mistakes that Trump made in the coronavirus controversy over the last year, which is nothing but garbage. Like I said, Steve, Donald Trump performed a miracle before he left the White House in getting this vaccine on the street, and in record time. And he said that yesterday. I promise you that Joe Biden wouldn't have got this vaccine on the street in less than a year if he was in the White House at the time that this thing first appeared. But Joe Biden has the nerve to say that he's responsible for everything good happening with the coronavirus, which is nothing but a lie. And Trump called him out on that. And the other situation, we've gone over this, Steve. Do you realize what's going on at the border right now? You know, you've talked about it over the night with this guy, Joe Biden. I think I heard, I just left the state of Texas where I live at today from home time. They said that on Friday afternoon alone, Steve, I think they say they captured over 400 undocumented kids that were trying to make their way to the United States. In just one day. Mm-hmm. Did you hear that?
Yes.
All these individuals. Yeah, all these individuals are trying to make their way to the United States due to Joe Biden. He has stopped down in Texas where I live at. He has stopped the construction of the wall that Donald Trump had started. The construction came to a stop when he got in the White House. This guy here is single-handedly just trying to destroy the United States one brick at a time. And it is sickening what this guy is trying to do. He hasn't even been in the White House too much yet, and this guy's doing some serious damage to America, Steve. It's not good what this guy's doing. And, you know, I got firsthand experience what went down with this deep freeze down in Texas, and Joe Biden is responsible for a lot of him and his people are responsible for this because they want to, you know, you went over this over the last couple of weeks. They want to go to this so-called New Green Deal, this wind power, solar power. This is not going to work, and it never has worked, and it's not going to work now. As simple as that. And Donald Trump, he said it himself, all the people that got laid off when this guy stepped into the White House, all the people on the pipeline that this guy put out of work. This, like I said, this guy here is destroying the USA. Hopefully there'll be a USA. I hope Trump can get back in 4 years, Steve, and hopefully there'll be a USA for Donald Trump to get back into for the White. Hopefully Joe Biden, because he's doing a real good job of it. Like I said, he ain't even been in the White House too much yet, and he's done some serious damage. And then over the weekend, he had the nerve to try to I don't know if you went over this yet. He had the nerve to try to have an attack on Iraq to try to cover up some of his to make him look like he's a tough guy, which he's not. But like I say, he's trying to act like he's Mr. Tough Guy by dropping a couple of missiles on Iraq, which didn't accomplish absolutely nothing. So, like I said, hopefully that there'll be a America to save for Donald Trump in 2 years or 4 years. Hopefully there'll be a United States left. But the way Mr. Biden is going, we may not have no country to save, Steve. And I thank you for taking my call.
Eagle, thank you for checking in. Good to hear from you. Thank you very much. All right. Lines available at 844-3388. That's our number. All right. Speaking of the southern border, there's we touched on it last evening. There was a camp of like 700 across the border from Brownsville. I think it was over in Matamoros, Mexico. They've become streaming across the bridge over the last several days. Welcome, come on in, says Joe. Dick Morris spoke about this past day, to which he said, when President Biden fails on immigration, Donald Trump will seize the opportunity. That the whole tenure of his speech was fantastic. American agenda, reference to Trump's speech at the CPAC. It really means he's going to run on the combination of two energy sources. His own success and his own record, and Biden's failure and his record. When this immigrant caravan hits the border and all of a sudden hundreds of thousands of people are coming into the United States, that's going to be an incredible issue for Biden. Yeah, he started to roll back the immigration policies implemented by Trump, unveiling sweeping immigration legislation, including the proposal that pathway to citizenship for roughly 11 million illegals living in the country right now. The bill also includes a shorter process to legal status for agricultural workers and recipients of the DACA program, the Deferred Action for Childhood Arrivals. They called that the Dreamers. I think Trump's absolutely perfectly positioned, according to Dick Morris. And I love the line. I adore the line. Trump puts America first. Biden puts America last. What I got here, about a couple minutes before news update time, so I'll hold off on the whole tax thing. But we'll delve into that a bit more coming up next hour, and we got lots to cover. Plenty of room for you at 844-3388. Well, maybe, just maybe, this fall we'll begin to get some semblance of normalcy back in our lives. As the University of Alabama announcing they're planning on playing their football season this fall with full capacity, 100,000 capacity stadium. The athletic director announcing this past day, according to the Twitter post. With this announcement, we've received a number of questions regarding capacity of Bryant-Denny for Alabama football 2021. We are moving forward with the plans to have a full stadium in the fall. We'll monitor medical guidelines just like we have all along. Alabama's 92-year-old Bryant-Denny Stadium in Tuscaloosa, which has been expanded 9 times, including most recently last year. Reportedly the 8th largest stadium in the United States, the 10th largest in the world. Now, they had reduced capacity down to like 20% last season. But yeah, maybe we'll be watching some football with packed stadiums again this fall. I'd be ready for that. It is 844-844-3388, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
A top White House coronavirus official says it's still too difficult to schedule an appointment for a vaccine in many areas. White House COVID-19 response coordinator Jeff Zients made the statement Monday during a press briefing. But the major issue is still the supply of vaccines, even with Johnson & Johnson beginning to ship their recently approved shot. Former Vermont Health Commissioner Dr. Paul Jarvis tells CBS News that having enough people to administer the shots is just as important as having a good scheduling system.
There's a lesson to be learned here, and unfortunately learned again, as we did in H1N1 in prior episodes. And that is, we invest so many resources in the vaccine development, and we seem to forget that vaccines don't give themselves. We need to also, early in a pandemic, invest in educating the public, gaining acceptance, but very importantly, our public health system so that they can administer the vaccines as they're produced.
This is USA Radio News.
Maybe you've heard about Medi-Share and you know what it is. It's the affordable alternative to health insurance, but you've wondered, can I really save a significant amount of money on my monthly health care bills? And the answer is an emphatic yes, you can. You can save a lot of money, whether it's just for you or for an entire family. Medi-Share has an option for you. In fact, the typical family saves $500 a month switching to Medi-Share. And it really is the gold standard when it comes to healthcare sharing. You get free telehealth services, you get a huge network of doctors, you get great customer support, and you get the sense of security that comes from being a part of 400,000 people who share not just each other's medical bills, but purpose, too. Metashare is a community of Christians who pull together and pray for each other, which is very refreshing right now. If you want more info, it's so simple. You can get a price within 2 minutes. Call 833-34-BIBLE. That's 833-34-BIBLE. 833-34-BIBLE.
The battle over a COVID relief package heads to the Senate this week. Tim Berg has the details from the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau.
The Senate will take up a close to $2 trillion stimulus bill this week after passage by the House early Saturday.
Comprehensive legislation that will help us crush the virus, recover our economy, and get life back to normal.
Majority Leader Chuck Schumer of New York opening the Senate on Monday. Many, if not all, Republicans are a no vote on the new bill. Republican Senator from Arkansas, Tom Cotton, saying,
one reason I think Joe Biden thinks there's no time to waste is that Democrats can see cases have plummeted since early January. They can see that we now have 3 effective vaccines and vaccination rates are surging. So I think they're worried they won't have the coronavirus as an excuse to pay off all of their clients and patrons in a $1.9 trillion blowout bill.
That audio courtesy of Fox News. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
And this is USA Radio News.
You've heard me talking about MyPillow for 3 years, folks. It's the truth. I get the best sleep of my life with a MyPillow. You can do it too. 60-day money-back guarantee, 10-year warranty, made in the USA. You'll sleep well or you'll get your money back. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, use my promo code USA, get 2 MyPillow premium pillows for the price of one, or call 1-800-951-8175. Get the best sleep of your life and do it now.
The Senate will take up a $1.9 trillion COVID relief bill this week after the measure passed the House along party lines. Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer said Monday that the bill could come before the Senate as soon as this Wednesday. Representative Steve Scalise says the bill is doing long-term damage to the nation's kids. The Louisiana Republican tells Newsmax TV that the vast majority of the money in the bill to reopen schools can't even be spent until next year.
And I think it's not lost on people that it was done at 2 a.m. If this was a bill you were proud of, wouldn't you have brought it by, in the middle of the day at noon? You could have everybody watch it and see how great it's going to be. Every relief package we passed under President Trump was heavily bipartisan and was focused on helping families, helping small businesses, helping get states open, helping get schools open. This bill does very little of that. In fact, 95% of all the money going to schools, over $130 billion for schools, 95% of it can't even be spent this year. If you like the idea of keeping your kids at home and virtually teaching them, you're going to be doing that for a few more years under this bill. It's crazy policy, and it's wrecking the future of kids. It's really doing long-term devastation to kids.
And with the NCAA Men's Division I basketball tournament being moved to a single location, another postseason tournament is following suit. The National Invitation Tournament announced Monday that it will hold its entire event in the Dallas-Fort Worth area when it begins later this month. The tournament will also downsize its field, shrinking to 16 teams from the usual 32. The semifinals and championship game have traditionally been held at Madison Square Garden in New York City. For USA Radio News, I'm Dan Naraki.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
What do you say? Back at it, hour number 3. Rolling on to the late night, early morning hours as we work our way time zone to time zone into a Tuesday here. All right, thanks for hanging out with us. Looks like following the February that ranked one of the driest on record for several major cities in the southwestern USA. They tell us forecasters are tracking a storm that may bring some much-needed precipitation to the region, and for some, the first meaningful rainfall since late January. Yeah, any news of precip is welcome news for that region of the country. Of course, the lackluster winter season, which led to not making a dent in the widespread drought conditions that are in place for that region of the country. On average, February is the wettest month of the year in Los Angeles, San Diego, and Las Vegas. This year, that's not the case. Couldn't have been further from the truth. All right, February also ended up very dry across Arizona. No measurable rain in Phoenix or Tucson. Even Flagstaff only picked up less than 3/4 of an inch of rain and melted snow this month. That's like 34% of average there. These unusual dry streaks will come to an end around the middle of this week. That's the forecast. A storm system going to sweep in from the Pacific. Indications continue to point toward a storm bringing rain and some mountain snow to Southern California and the Southwest Wednesday into Thursday of this week. Rain may arrive as early as Wednesday afternoon around L.A. and San Diego, so leading to wet, slower than normal evening commutes along I-5. By Wednesday night, a few showers may be dampening Las Vegas, as well as Phoenix. The anticipated fast movement of the storm should limit any meaningful rainfall in those areas to generally probably only going to rain for between 4 and 8 hours. A very small window there, but right now they're forecasting anywhere from 1/4 to 1/2 inch of rainfall. Coastal areas of Southern California, higher amounts possible along the southwest-facing slopes of the mountains than across the desert areas in the southwest. It's not a whole lot. Rainfall amounts of less than an inch anticipated. We're talking more like 1/4 of an inch or less. But right now, the roadways have indeed built up that layer of oil on the surface during this dry stretch. So when the precip first begins, the onset, very important for drivers, use caution. Those roads become almost like a sheet of ice. It's possible the storm may manufacture enough cold air for a few flakes to fly in the high terrain east of San Diego. Forecasters say there's a much higher likelihood of accumulating snow across the mountains in northern Arizona, Utah's Wasatch Range, and the Rockies in Colorado and New Mexico Wednesday night through Thursday. Then drier conditions spread from west to east across the region late in the week. But by this point, a new system is expected to be knocking on the door of the West Coast again. That next storm looks to target areas a bit further north, like Northern California, as well as the Pacific Northwest late this week and early into next weekend. But any rain is beneficial rain. All right, let me briefly touch on this. It was, what did I initially say? I made a post this past morning to which I simply said money saved from the Trump tax cuts is now going in my gas tank. And Trump's cuts are going to soon be eliminated. Thanks to Joe and the dumbasses that voted for him. Simple as that. And that started some banter back and forth, to which I'll address Charles. He says, just keep this in mind for the future. According to the Congress Joint Committee on Taxation, 5 critical tax breaks for individual taxpayers are set to expire by December 31st of 2025 or sooner, sending tax liability for many low to middle income folks higher 2026 and beyond. Well, that is actually correct. Charles, somewhere down the line, he tried to make it sound as though Trump had set these tax cuts to expire beginning in 2021. So he said the Republicans are to blame. The tax hike was planned all the way back when President Trump passed the 2017 Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, which lowered taxes for most Americans at the time. However, the temporary policy counted on the automatic increases coming next year, beginning 2021. Okay, so if you want to know the true scoop on it, the personal income tax cuts are indeed slated to retire after 2025. Now, there's a reason that happened. Just like the Democrats right now are trying to push that $15 an hour minimum wage, you hear them talking about something called reconciliation, something you can only use, I believe, once a year for each session of Congress. And they're trying to cram this all into the $1.9 trillion bill. You've heard in recent days, the Senate parliamentarian has ruled the $15 an hour minimum wage cannot be shoved into that bill via reconciliation. Let me take you back to the vote in 2017. The Senate passed the bill December 20 of 2017, at which point in time Republicans still controlled the House, but by a very slim margin. Remember, it was 2. A party line vote, 51 yeas, 48 nays. The late Senator John McCain was absent at the time as he fought the cancer. House passed the bill later in the day, vote of 224 to 201. No Democrats supported the bill. There were 12 Republicans that voted no, most of them representing California, New York, and New Jersey. Now, it was the House's second vote on the bill in a week's time, having passed the legislation on December 19th of 2017. They were forced to amend it after the Senate parliamentarian struck down 3 of the provisions in that bill. They could not be passed under the fast-track reconciliation procedure that at that point in time Republicans were using to avoid a Democrat filibuster. Exactly what's happening right now with the $1.9 trillion piece of legislation, the COVID Relief Act, as they're calling it. The overhaul was forecast to raise the federal deficit by hundreds of billions of dollars and perhaps as much as $2 trillion over the coming decade. When you're using the reconciliation, you can't pass bills that are going to increase your debt by those amounts of money. There's a limit. There's a ceiling to that. So they had to put an expiration date on the tax cuts. Thus, the year 2025. Of course, the incoming president that year and the incoming Congress that year could opt to extend those cuts, or they could make them permanent if they've liked. Had nothing to do with Donald Trump trying to set the stage to make Joe Biden look bad, or, of course, at the time, we had no idea who was even going to be running on the Democrat slate for the 2020 election. And obviously, Trump anticipated being president till 2024. So, Charles, by no means was this any sort of a setup by the Republicans to make the Democrats look bad, or almost like they knew they were going to be taking things back in control in 2021. Now, that was not the anticipation. Technically, if Joe makes it through 4 years, or undoubtedly Kamala will be in charge by the time we get into the 2024 election, hey, it'll be at their discretion to extend those tax cuts. It's up to them. So you can't point the finger of blame at Donald Trump and try to say this was all a setup to make Biden look bad. That's nonsense. I could give you a whole lot more. The corporate cuts were actually permanent. The individual cuts, where you saw some more take-home pay, those had the sunset. So come 2026, unless they are extended, yes, you're going to see your taxes go higher. What would you think the possibility of then Joe Biden, if he's still around, or the Kamala Harris, or the Democrats at all, of extending those cuts? I'd say it's slim to none. It's nil. All right, so there's my piece. It is 844-844-3388, rolling into a Tuesday morning. What's happening there, Chevy Guy?
And the only thing you missed in that conversation was this. Thank you, Charles. You just verified and we're fighting for the cuts that Trump pushed in there, and the Republicans. And what you were saying is, yes, Trump's ideas was making America great again. When the American people get to keep more of their money, they manage it a whole lot better than sending it into D.C., and who knows what happens to it. And we know that the cuts worked. We don't know when we're already being warned with the $15 an hour. Mind you, by the time they get it done and the economy goes to crap, $15 raise probably won't be enough. They'll probably be begging people of getting paid $25, $30, and that's just it won't be anything more than a $5 per hour wage because of the price at the store and everything else in the economy. Inflation will be so high. So I just totally enjoyed your conversation with him. And truth of the matter is, you told him, give the show a call, defend yourself, speak up. Other than that, reason why I called is legislation now. The first thing they come up with, now, mind you, we've got people being their jobs. You know, they got laid off. They were told that their jobs didn't matter. They ended up, going on unemployment. They're running out of unemployment. That was fine, but now they're finding out they're running out of unemployment, that the jobs they had were gone. Restaurant jobs, waiters, all these jobs are not there anymore. Companies have bellied up left and right. Now we're getting all these people in flux coming in. And, instead of working on figure out how to get America back to work again, the very first thing off the table from Nancy Pelosi, the very first thing is social engineering. You're not going to be able to feed your family off of social engineering there, Democrats. So let me tell you, keep it up. 2 years. I like what somebody else says. I'd love to see Donald Trump in there, the Republicans take over the House, kick old Mitch McConnell to the curb. And I'd just love to see that. I'd love to see Donald Trump sitting there looking at Nancy Pelosi. It would be cool. But no, we're good. And by the way, to the advertisers to this show, yesterday and tonight, my girl cousin calls from Ohio. She can't sleep. She's got lung cancer. So there's nobody to call but me. So she calls, and I'm going to take her call, and we're going to talk for 2 hours. Now, granted, there you've lost me, right?
Mm-hmm.
Not so. At 2 o'clock, pardon me, at 10 o'clock, I leave the mill down here in Charleston on my last run. I'm heading to the house. And for 2 hours, I sit there and I can bring a show back up and I can listen to what I missed. So I'm going to get your advertisement. I'm going to get your I couldn't do that in the nighttime show. That was a waste of airtime for a lot of people. But you advertise on this system, your message is you're going to get your money's worth. So I appreciate it, and appreciate you, Steve, and like you said, Charles, call the show, buddy. Put up or shut up.
All right, good to hear from you there. Thank you so much there, Chevy guy. Anything else?
Copy in the mail, Tim.
All right, you got it. There you go. That frees things up. What are you looking at? 22 past the hour. Lines wide open here at 844-3388. So I know Pappy called last week when he saw, I guess, what he called the most incredible shooting star that he'd ever seen, about the midnight hour, whatever particular night that was. It seems like one or two nights later, there was a very bright, visible meteor caught on dash cams and ring cameras over a number of states out west. And I could swear there was a third shortly thereafter. Well, the late night hours going back into Sunday night into Monday morning. The late hour, a meteor blast was seen across the UK. And they believe some of this one actually made it to the ground. And this one kind of exploded. It actually did create the sonic blast. The blast caused a huge burst of light that could be seen throughout England, and it was accompanied by this yellow-green tail as it streaked through the skies. According to the, what do they call it, the Meteorological Society, the International Meteor Organization, whatever it is, they're saying that this may have been the most reported meteor sighting they've ever had. They had more like 870-some people reporting to them. I saw this. I thought, and how many of us, when you see something like that, I'm pretty sure Pappy didn't go to the International Meteor Organization report what he saw, but I mean, so if you have 800 plus that reported it, this thing was widely witnessed. Researchers believe the meteor fragmented as it hit the atmosphere, and some of those smaller pieces made landfall. Analysis shows the fragments likely dropped around Gloucestershire. According to the University of Glasgow, this meteor fragmented a lot, he said, pointing to the video. You can see it in the videos. Most of the meteoroid vaporized during the 6 seconds of visible light. However, with this one video, we think quite a few fragments probably actually made it to the ground. If the pieces landed, they're likely to have been on or just north of Cheltenham, out towards Stow-on-the-Wold. So most of the pieces are probably out on farmland. They have pleaded with anyone who potentially finds fragments of the meteor, do not directly touch the fragments as to avoid any contamination. I think those things they're pretty high dollar if you can come across an actual piece of something from elsewhere in the universe. People will be out there scouring their farms. I've often wondered, I mean, if you're out there and you know there's some pieces, what do they even look like? What are you looking for? How do you know this piece of fragmented rock from any other rock that might be laying out there in the field? But there are people that can find that. There are those, I guarantee you, that are traveling many miles to try and scour some of those fields, looking to be the lucky one. All right, before we get back to your calls, the fallout continues in Texas. The massive grid failure. The Texas Attorney General announcing this past day he is suing electricity provider Griddy for passing along massive bills to the customers during last month's winter storm. That just days after the grid manager effectively shut down Griddy by revoking their access to the state's electricity market. Griddy charges $10 a month to give people a way to pay wholesale prices for electricity rather than a fixed rate. Well, you don't really ever anticipating the wholesale price on the market to go somewhere off the charts like it did, like up 10,000% when the temperatures plummeted below freezing. Gritty misled Texans and signed them up for services which, in a time of crisis, resulted in individual Texans each losing thousands of dollars, according to the Attorney General. As Texans struggled to survive this storm, Gritty made the suffering even worse as they debited outrageous amounts every day. So the lawsuit is accusing Gritty of violating the Texas Deceptive Trade Practices Act, and they're actually looking for refunds for customers. Okay, meanwhile, the Electric Reliability Council of Texas, or ERCOT, shifted about 10,000 Gritty customers to other utility providers last Friday. Gritty made a statement that ERCOT took our members and have effectively shut down Gritty. We've always been transparent and customer-centric at every step. We wanted to continue the fight for our members to get relief, but that hasn't changed. Okay, they're trying to make it sound as though, hey, they had to pay the price on the open market, so they're passing it along to the customer. As far as like the fixed rate customers, I don't know how that works out. I guess if there were other utility services that you were subscribed to, you're on a fixed rate, I guess those particular providers ended up having to suck up the cost if they were having to purchase the power on the wholesale market 10,000 times or 10,000% higher than the normal price. All right, what are we looking at here? We'll get back to your calls just ahead. Lines available at 844-844-3388. We'll check in with Curtis from Salisbury, Maryland, coming up here. Okay. And again, a room for you if you'd like to jump on board. Coming up, following the break, we'll also I think I touched on teased the fact that we were going to give the update from our friends at OOIDA and Landline, some of the parking issues around the country. I don't think I got back to the rest of the story, as they say, so we'll do that. Like about 24 hours later. Yeah, better late than never. It is the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
A top White House coronavirus official says it's still too difficult to schedule an appointment for a vaccine in many areas. White House COVID-19 response coordinator Jeff Zients made the statement Monday during a press briefing. But the major issue is still the supply of vaccines, even with Johnson & Johnson beginning to ship their recently approved shot. Former Vermont Health Commissioner Dr. Paul Jarvis tells CBS News that having enough people to administer the shots is just as important as having a good scheduling system.
There's a lesson to be learned here, and unfortunately learned again, as we did in H1N1 in prior episodes. And that is we invest so many resources in the vaccine development, and we seem to forget that vaccines don't give themselves. We need to also, early in a pandemic, invest in educating the public, gaining acceptance, but very importantly, our public health system so that they can administer the vaccines as they're produced.
This is USA Radio News.
Now is a great time to replace your worn-out windows during the Renewal by Andersen 25-year savings event. Upgrade your home today. Buy 4 windows and get the 5th one free. Plus, get 12 months with no interest, no money down, and no payments. Call now. Get 4 windows and get the 5th one free. Installation and warranty included. Renewal by Andersen takes every CDC-recommended safety precaution to protect your family. For 25 years, people have trusted us for their window replacement needs, and you can too. Call now to learn about our Buy 4, Get the 5th one free window replacement offer.
800-603-8489. 800-603-8489. 800-603-8489. That's 800-603-8489.
Interest accrues from date of purchase, but is waived if paid in full within 12 months. Other conditions apply. We've adjusted our operations to serve you safely following all CDC guidelines. Visit renewalbyanderson.com for details.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
Pure Flow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with Pure Flow Air Dog.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has 2 purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Yes, indeed. We're back. All right, let me see here. Fred sent me a link to a story from right here in Cincinnati, Ohio, from this past Friday, where apparently a snowplow driver accused of leading police on a chase and dropping salt to try to keep them from pursuing him. All right, going back to just before the midnight hour, a couple of Reading officers that said they were on a traffic stop. They were out of their cruisers in the right lane of the road making an arrest when they spotted a Cincinnati salt truck speeding toward them, they say. Truck appeared to be going over 60 miles per hour. Both officers had to jump back to avoid being hit. The truck also threw salt on the officers and the man they were taking into custody. An officer tried to pull over the salt truck driver but he said the driver wouldn't stop and did a U-turn. As the officer chased the salt truck, he said the driver raised the bed of the truck, dumping salt on his cruiser. A salt truck drove onto I-75, then onto Ronald Reagan, then back onto Reading Road to the location of the original traffic stop. Officers say he then threw salt on the police cruiser still at the scene. The driver kept going until he drove into Springfield Township. Officers in that district took over until they could arrest the driver on Winton Road. Police arresting Omar Armstrong. He's been charged with 2 counts of aggravated vehicular assault, failure to comply with police, reckless operation, and other traffic charges. He pled not guilty. His attorney claims that Armstrong nearly hit officers. The fact that they nearly hit officers are exaggerated. There was no intention to hurt anyone. He was just doing his job. Attorney said Armstrong didn't know he was being pursued and pulled over when a supervisor contacted him. Yeah, judge ordered him held on $9,000 bond. Yeah, I don't know about you, but if you don't know you're being pursued, why do you do a U-turn? Yeah, why'd you go out of your way to not get pulled over? Okay, well, I guess Omar gets a Dumbass of the Week nomination. What do you say? There you go. I think I could actually give offer up my wife a Dumbass of the Week nomination. She pulled a good one. Yeah, she was so aggravated. She's trying to tune in on the YouTube, on the big screen in the house, and she calls me and what's wrong? There's no audio. I've tried. I've loaded. I've backed. I'm so pissed. I backed out like 3 times. There's no audio. YouTube's not working tonight. What's going on? Turns out she had the volume down. Yeah, volume was down to 0 on the receiver. the stereo system. I said, honey, if you just turn the volume up, you might be able to hear some of the audio. Oh, there it is. All right, let me get back to the calls here. What's happening with Curtis this morning? Hi there.
Oh, that sounds like a duh moment.
Uh-huh.
Well, Bill Engvall, here's your sign.
Yep.
Well, anyway, when you were talking about Texas earlier, where I work, we make military jackets. And we talking about Texas earlier, we've had 2 shipments delayed by about a week because nothing's going that way.
No, nothing's going.
I don't know why now.
Nothing's going. Which direction?
Clear, but Texas. From Salisbury, Maryland to Texas.
Really? Okay.
Yeah, and it's going to a Texas military base, but OD isn't taking anything right now. They're on delay.
Huh. I wonder, I
didn't know if you've heard anything about that.
Did they have like some water issues or whatever there where they don't want freight coming in or drivers coming in or?
Well, they just, the OD dispatch tells the people in the office that there's just an embargo right now. Oh, and we talked about the meter earlier. Do you remember the Stephen King movie Creep Show?
Yes, I do. Yes.
Remember when Stephen King played himself and he touched the meter and he turned into the Mothman?
Yep, I do. That was a classic, the Creep Show. Yeah.
Yes, it was. And maybe that's why you shouldn't touch the meter.
He touched it and it was like, and something came off on it, right? He said, "Oh, meteor shish kebab."
Yep, because they put it in a bucket.
Yep.
But and when are you supposed to go on to the radio so I don't have to be awake at night to turn on the TV to listen to you?
I don't have a time frame. I don't have somebody else was asking about that earlier, so I guess we're all just, kind of playing the patient waiting game.
Well, I thought I'd tell you about the Texas thing, that we've been delayed 2 shipments by a week going to Texas because of, well, the other week I can understand because of all the ice and snow and everything. This week, I have no clue.
Okay.
But there's still an embargo on stuff going west.
Very interesting. All right. I'll see if I can dig anything up. Don't know what I could find. Maybe somebody else out there maybe has a better idea. Feel free to dial us up at 844-844-3388. There you go. I shared this story at the time shortly after things were beginning to wind down there in Texas with all the power outages. And the gentleman who had purchased the the Ford pickup truck that had like the generator on it. And he shared how he was able to keep his home up and running using his pickup truck. Powered his home with his pickup truck during the blackout. I guess he's now getting, like worldwide attention, the story is. I saw myself on Fox News this morning, he said. All I wanted was a little comfort, but apparently this has created a whole lot of interest. As Texas, of course, finished up a week of struggling with undependable power supplies and the frigid temperatures and the burst pipes, Jones isn't the only one who sees truck ownership as essential during uncertain times. You've got to be prepared, he says. He and others endured the blackout Sunday through Wednesday during the height of the storm with the help of his 2021 Ford F-150 hybrid truck with what they call Pro Power on board. Even later in the week, the power was still kind of sketchy. But Ford confirmed they had seen an 18% spike in online searches for that F-150 by late that week. The F-Series has been America's best-selling franchise for ages, so seeing a traffic spike of that nature was pretty notable. 18%. While Ford builds more than 1 million F-Series trucks every year in the U.S. and other markets, about 10% of the F-150s are hybrid gas-electric. The other 90% run on gasoline only. They said they've increased production of the hybrid F-150 to meet demand. Oh, but by the way, the all-electric F-150 is coming next year. At the moment, Ford has less than 500 trucks, they say, with Pro Power on board, the gas and hybrid, available for sale in Texas. But owners, including Jones, shared in some of these online forums how their trucks were able to power their home heating system, refrigeration, and allowing friends and neighbors to charge their cell phones and their tablets when they were without power. Okay, very interesting. Let's get back to the calls here. And hello, Big Ed. Are you with me?
I'm with you. But, I guess my name comes across there pretty clear, right?
Well, no, it just says politics.
Right.
Somewhere down the line when you did call one time, it does say Big ED.
Okay, we'll see. Because I figured out if I talk to that machine like a robot, then it pretty well understands me.
Yep.
At least every time I've called in, you got my name right. So everybody needs to slow down. And here's how you do it. Big Ed. Politics. That's how I do it. And I'm like, okay, well, if I say it fast, everybody says I damn mumble anyway, So at least Melinda used to say that about me. Quit mumbling. And naturally that'd get us into a heated discussion about the etiquette of public speaking or speaking to an individual and trying to act like you know more than what you really know. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, right.
Well, I seen your post. I put on there, you're welcome. Hell, wasn't that good enough?
That's all we needed, Ed, right?
Yeah, there you go. I said, you're welcome. That don't mean I voted for Joe Biden, but I thought somebody ought to at least tell you you're welcome. I'm trying to make you feel good about yourself. I got to tell you, listening to your playback is hard. That guest you had on there, man, he was just phenomenal.
He's pretty good, wasn't he? Yeah.
Talking.
Yeah.
I'm sitting there, and I drive an automatic now. And, your old conventional stick shift and everything, I was more in tune to going by ear. and trying to get the shift it when it needed to be shifted and not letting it lug down. But they're, with listening to him, there's so much more with this technology. And so I'm sitting there and, I've got that ELD in the computer screen, and it's showing me my miles per gallon, my average, my trip average, and my current miles per gallon every time I'm either coming into a hill or coming down off a hill, or, I'm in heavy traffic. And I find myself not driving so much anymore with my ear, but trying to drive with the feel and learning how to with my foot and getting my foot out of it when I don't need to be in it. Because really it's so defined that when you're coming down off hill, you see a lot of drivers coming down off these hills, they still keep their foot in it and let the truck do the job it's designed to do. And so when you're coming down off that hill and you let off that foot piece and just let the truck do it, boy, I mean, that fuel miles per gallon just jumps tremendously. And just as you're coming back into the hill, especially when you're up and down, and just gradually give the truck what it needs, and then, did I lose you?
All right, you broke up for a second there, but I think we got you back.
Well, I'm hearing myself talk back.
That's interesting.
I'm sitting still. Can you hear me?
I got you. You're clear on our end.
Yeah, all of a sudden, I must have been in the airwaves. All of a sudden, I could hear myself talking back, or I thought you was playing the buttons.
No, everything's good here. I've already done my phone reset. We're good to the end of the show, so everything should be on the up and up.
Well, anyway, your guest, I just really thoroughly enjoyed it, and I was wanting to call in and just chat with him about what I was doing. And but I think he's spot on. The advancement of technology in these trucks is really phenomenal as far as getting the maximized profit out of your operating this unit, whether you're loaded or unloaded.
Uh-huh.
Well, Steve, don't fall out of your seat with excitement. You can discuss. I thought you did a good job discussing the point.
Well, I thank you very much. I mean, not knowing a whole hell of a lot about it, I was trying to come up with some intelligent questions to ask the guy.
I was actually sitting there listening to you too, and I'm thinking, damn, Steve's been educated, but you did. I thought you come up with some outstanding questions and coming back at him with your talking points, and it was like you knew exactly word for word what he was discussing, and so I was really impressed. But like I say, it was just I'm wanting to pick up the phone and call in, and I can't call in. You was talking about that pickup that has the generator on it, I
Yes,
guess.
sir. Mm-hmm. Yep.
The other night, or here a week or so ago, when a gentleman lost his life, I guess, because they was out of electricity and never understood what he had went out to the pickup for. You remember that story?
I do. I remember sharing that. Yep.
What was it he went out to that pickup for, you remember?
Trying to recall, was he sick with COVID or something? And he was, I don't know. No, he had lost power in the home, and he needed power for his oxygen machine. And he had gone out to the pickup, I guess, to try to stay warm or whatever, but without the oxygen machine, he perished for a lack of oxygen, I guess.
Well, horse feathers called in, and they discussed it and showing his sympathy. But he said something that was just I think it probably flew past a lot of people. But boy, I picked up on it the second he said it, and that was regardless of your situation, especially if you're in a situation where you're needing all this medical equipment, you got to constantly think out of the box.
Yeah.
Of if you even if you got a generator, are you going to have you work with that generator to make sure it's going to start when you need it? And if you don't have a generator, what are you going to do? And in this case, maybe, people needing oxygen, so we'll go to the fire department. Well, you can't go to the fire department when you got 10 foot of snow stacked up outside. But when Glenda was alive, or Kay, she always had to have oxygen, or because she had a trach if she got choked up.
Yep.
We had that pump to get those secretions out of her lungs or her airways, and she couldn't cough it up because of the being paralyzed. So I had this like a power inverter that I could hook to my batteries for the vehicle, and kick those machines on it, whatever particular one she was needing at the moment. Because I can pull over the side of the road and suction her airway out. And I always had that stuff available when I had her at home. Because in fact, we had, when she was at the nursing home, they had lost power, and plus their generators had went out. Well, she was the only one in there was having the breathing issues. He was a super guy, a nurse, a male nurse that worked there, and he had one of these big old pickups. Well, and I thank God he was smart. He had the same kind of stuff rigged up he carried in his pickup, and he just pulled that pickup up to her room window, opened the window, and plugged her devices into his pickup, and she was comfortable, So there's a lot of ways that you can work around for any given situation. If I'm talking about people that have extra needs as far as operation of equipment, and you just can't depend on the electricity being there all the time, or even if you got a generator, you had checked it, and there ain't nothing worse than have a generator and you need it and the sucker won't start because you haven't been out there maintaining it, because you got to crank them suckers up at least. I always crank mine up at least once a month to make sure it will start when I needed it to start.
Well, if I understood how that
Steve,
I understood how that pickup truck thing worked, I think that it's got like a battery box back in the bed, like built into the wall of the bed, and he plugged extension cords into that ran into the house where he could plug in like the refrigerator, and I don't know how he ran heat unless it was like space heaters or whatever, but I think that when the energy from the batteries gets drawn down to a certain level, the truck itself, the gas engine, starts up and charges the batteries and then kind of like automatically shuts off. It just kind of goes on and off. And he said he only went through a couple gallons of gas the whole time he was running his power from that thing.
Well, so I was wondering if he surely he couldn't run all of it like his heater and because that's pulling a lot of damn.
I think he said he would run his refrigerator for like 12 hours, to keep the frozen foods froze and whatnot, and then he'd unplug that and then plug other things up. He ran his big screen television and obviously charged phones and stuff. And yes, he said he kept the house warm. So,
okay, well, yeah, he based on what you're saying, then yeah, he would give each appliance or whatever, the heater or the ice box or what have you, a certain amount of time for it to do its job, and then once he got the house heated up, he could turn around and plug in a freezer, or refrigerator, and keep the food from spoiling. So yeah, I can see where that would do the trick. But man, that has to be a pretty good sized generator in that pickup alone.
I'm thinking, yeah,
to operate a whole house. Yeah, so that's what he did. But which was a good idea, great idea. But how many Joe Blows are going to go out here and buy a pickup like that? I don't know if I would. Because that's more or less of, I'm assuming, a work type pickup. But anyway, the politics. You ready for me to talk?
All right, lay it on us.
Steve, my deal, this CPAC thing with President Trump, they're probably going to aggravate people. But it's almost, to me, we got to move forward. We can't sit around and beat the same damn dead horse, if that's the right word to call it, for the next 4 years, and then try to elect this horse for another 4 years, because I just don't see us progressing forward as a country. Because we need to get behind some of these up-and-coming Republicans like DeSantis. I'm assuming Ted Cruz wasn't invited, or why he wasn't there in Florida. You have any idea?
I thought he was there. I know Mike Pence wasn't there. I know Mitch McConnell wasn't invited. Mitt Romney wasn't invited. But yeah, I'm pretty sure Cruz. I think Ted was one of the speakers, if I'm not mistaken.
Well, I can understand why McConnell and Romney weren't there.
Right. Uh-huh.
And as far as Mike Pence, I'm sure he's behind the scenes. He's still got ill feelings. But because really, Pence has got a job to do to re-identify himself, because all everybody's going to do if he goes to running is just identify him with President Trump. So he's got to redo his own image and his own brand for him to ever be successful, if he ever tries to seek that office. Unless that's just, because they're going to fracture the Republican Party by doing what they're trying to do, if that's the direction they're going to go. And it's like you said, we're not going to get anybody elected that we want to lead this country on the conservative right. Are you with me on that?
I'm with you on that, Big Ed. Yes, I am.
So,
well, if you've got more for me, Ed, I'm going to do like we did back in the old days. I'll put you back in queue, and we got to get our top of the hour news updates. I'm supposed to be getting back on a schedule, top of the hour, bottom of the hour. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
A top White House coronavirus official says it's still too difficult to schedule an appointment for a vaccine in many areas. White House COVID-19 response coordinator Jeff Zients made the statement Monday during a press briefing. But the major issue is still the supply of vaccines, even with Johnson & Johnson beginning to ship their recently approved shot. Former Vermont Health Commissioner Dr. Paul Jarvis tells CBS News that having enough people to administer the shots is just as important as having a good scheduling system.
There's a lesson to be learned here, and unfortunately learned again, as we did in H1N1 in prior episodes. And that is, we invest so many resources in the vaccine development, and we seem to forget that vaccines don't give themselves. We need to also, early in a pandemic, invest in educating the public, gaining acceptance, but very importantly, our public health system, so that they can administer the vaccines as they're produced.
This is USA Radio News.
Maybe you've heard about MediShare and you know what it is. It's the affordable alternative to health insurance, but you've wondered, can I really save a significant amount of money on my monthly health care bills? And the answer is an emphatic yes, you can. You could save a lot of money, whether it's just for you or for an entire family. MediShare has an option for you. In fact, The typical family saves $500 a month switching to Medi-Share. And it really is the gold standard when it comes to healthcare sharing. You get free telehealth services, you get a huge network of doctors, you get great customer support, and you get the sense of security that comes from being a part of 400,000 people who share not just each other's medical bills, but purpose too. Medi-Share is a community of Christians who pull together and pray for each other, which is very refreshing right now. If you want more info, it's so simple. You can get a price within 2 minutes. Call 833-34-BIBLE. That's 833-34-BIBLE. 833-34-BIBLE.
The battle over a COVID relief package heads to the Senate this week. Tim Berg has the details from the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau.
The Senate will take up a close to $2 trillion stimulus bill this week after passage by the House early Saturday.
Comprehensive legislation that will help us crush the virus, recover our economy, and get life back to normal.
Majority Leader Chuck Schumer of New York opening the Senate on Monday. Many, if not all, Republicans are a no vote on the new bill. Republican Senator from Arkansas, Tom Cotton, saying,
One reason I think Joe Biden thinks there's no time to waste is that Democrats can see cases have plummeted since early January. They can see that we now have 3 effective vaccines and vaccination rates are surging. So I think they're worried they won't have the coronavirus as an excuse to pay off all of their clients and patrons in a $1.9 trillion blowout bill.
That audio courtesy of Fox News. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
And this is USA Radio News.
You've heard me talking about My Pillow for 3 years, folks. It's the truth. I get the best sleep of my life with a My Pillow. You can do it too. 60-day money-back guarantee, 10-year warranty, made in the USA. You'll sleep well or you'll get your money back. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, use my promo code USA, get 2 MyPillow premium pillows for the price of one, or call 1-800-951-8175. Get the best sleep of your life and do it now.
The Senate will take up a $1.9 trillion COVID relief bill this week after the measure passed the House along party lines. Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer said Monday that the bill could come before the Senate as soon as this Wednesday. Representative Steve Scalise says the bill is doing long-term damage to the nation's kids. The Louisiana Republican tells Newsmax TV that the vast majority of the money in the bill to reopen schools can't even be spent until next year.
And I think it's not lost on people that it was done at 2 a.m. If this was a bill you were proud of, wouldn't you have brought it by, in the middle of the day at noon? You could have everybody watch it and see how great it's going to be. Every relief package we passed under President Trump was heavily bipartisan and was focused on helping families, helping small businesses, helping get states open, helping get schools open. This bill does very little of that. In fact, 95% of all the money going to schools, over $130 billion for schools, 95% of it can't even be spent this year. If you like the idea of keeping your kids at home and virtually teaching them, you're going to be doing that for a few more years under this bill. It's crazy policy, and it's wrecking the future of kids. It's really doing long-term devastation to kids.
And with the NCAA Men's Division I basketball tournament being moved to a single location, another postseason tournament is following suit. The National Invitation Tournament announced Monday that it will hold its entire event in the Dallas-Fort Worth area when it begins later this month. The tournament will also downsize its field, shrinking to 16 teams from the usual 32. The semifinals and championship game have traditionally been held at Madison Square Garden in New York City. For USA Radio News, I'm Dan Naraki.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Okay, so we jump right back into it here. And it's 844-844-3388, as you just heard. Now we'll get back to Big Ed. Thanks for hanging in there, Big Ed.
Thank you for keeping me, because I hope I'm making sense or making people think about what I'm talking about. So I'm going to kind of back up and do a little reverse. On the liberal left, I ain't got those people figured out, just like you don't. I mean, it's just like when you were talking about this tax break, okay? You explained it perfectly to Charles, whoever Charles is.
Yeah.
Instead of attacking Charles, you explained your thoughts on it. Now, how anybody cannot listen to what you said and listen to Charles or read what Charles is trying to say, can't figure out that you're spot on with what you're saying and your information is as accurate as it can be. That's how you change people's minds. Okay, I'm 63 years old. 4 years from now, what? I'm going to be 67?
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to be trying to retire. So therefore, my disposable income is going to go down. Because I ain't going to have millions of dollars stashed somewhere. Because I'm just a working man. Just like everybody out here right now, you're just the working man. You younger drivers, listening, if you're listening, you're supporting your families. How much disposable income are you putting up for the future? So I want my tax dollars. Somewhere down the line, Steve, I'm going to want something for my tax dollars. Now, President Trump, I admired him. I'm behind him. He was about investing in America. He was about investing in growth, profitability. How much of those tax dollars, and this is where I think their failure is in the Republican Party, there's going to be a forgotten, and then probably my generation, and you're going to be coming right up there with me. What are you going to do with these tax dollars given back to these businesses to increase growth, increase profits? But yet on the social side, and everybody calls it welfare, I don't call it welfare. I call it my damn tax dollars working for me. I feel like those tax dollars ought to be working for myself. If I'm in that arena of I'm retired, my disposable income's gone. So everybody says, well, you got to be prepared. Well, hell, I don't control the price of medical care. I don't control none of that. I don't control the price of electricity. It's just like all these retired people now. They increased the minimum wage, but they damn sure didn't increase their social. Boy, I'm losing my throat, Steve.
Mm-hmm.
Boys, can you hear me?
Oh, we got you. Yeah.
They didn't. See what you get for getting me upset. But anyway, their disposable income hadn't increased, so they're forgotten. They're running around here thinking, okay, everything's going to go up, but yet my retirement that I saved for, and plus what I'm getting, what the government promised us when we invested in Social Security, all of a sudden ain't doing the job. So I say to the Republican right, and everybody's on the President Trump's bandwagon, yeah, I'm all for keeping our country strong, but what about when I retire? I mean, it's almost like the Republicans have no damn care about any type of social program. That's what our country's been designed since Franklin Roosevelt, how we our economy works. Or am I wrong in thinking that way?
No, I mean, Social Security was never intended to be enough to live on when you retire. It's supposed to be, you're supposed to be putting aside, either putting it in your mattress or putting it in your 401k or somewhere to have enough to live on. Otherwise, otherwise you just you work till the day you die, I guess.
Right. It was designed to keep you comfortable, because by you paying your taxes, you earned that, or on the Republican right, thoughts today. Well, hell, you just want welfare. Well, what's the difference? Am I not allowed to reap anything from my hard work and get it back without somebody telling me I'm getting something for nothing? Because I'm not asking something for nothing. I'm just asking for my tax dollars to work for me. So where is that in their tax breaks? I see what it's doing for the country, but what is it doing for the people that have lost disposable income? If you're hell bent on and explaining yourself, telling people that are needing a social program, that well, you're just a damn bum. You want welfare. Is that right, Steve? Or I guess at a certain age, instead of drawing Social Security, hey, give me a shot, put my ass to sleep because you have no more use for me.
Well,
so but we to me, 4 years from now, I want some different ideals in there. Okay, we all feel like President Trump got screwed on this election. Well, proof's in the pudding, He's not in the leadership position no more. He is for the party if he'll do it right. But see, I can't get past Steve, him pardoning on Steve Bannon, the man that stole money from your supporters. I've yet to hear President Trump address that. Now, that's an insult to me. If I give money to help you build a wall and then one of your backers sat there and stole that money for his own personal gain, you might as well just come and took it right out of my checkings account and say, no matter what you think. See, I'm offended by it. I'm still offended by it because I've yet to hear him address it. See, if I don't call him to the carpet and give me a legitimate answer, why you pardon this man who stole from me, and why I should continue to support you and in your endeavor. That ain't no different than us clobbering around on the liberal left.
Yeah. Well, what do you think about the idea? Because I really don't think he's gonna, at the end of the day, run for president. And you're kind of making it, just kind of making it sound like it right now. But as they've all pretty much agreed, he's leading the Republican Party right now. But how about for Donald Trump, whomever he endorses for House seats and Senate seats, the people that would follow the conservative leanings that he does, that want to put America first, he could kind of lay the path to taking back the House and the Senate maybe in 2022, and then probably endorse whoever it might be. A lot can change in 2 years, but all the buzz right now. So the guy earlier, who was it, that said Ron DeSantis of Florida, and maybe Kristi Noem, because then you'd have a female on the ticket again, or I don't know about putting Kristi on the top of the ticket, but who knows? I like that idea. I think that's the way he's going to, because Trump's going to be, is he going to be 77 or 78 in 4 years himself? Now, he is in good health now, a whole lot healthier than Joe Biden is, because he's never smoked, he's never drank, but when you get to that age, it's like we do need some probably younger blood coming up in the Republican Party.
Exactly right. I heard that too. You talking about that on yesterday's show? Yeah, I thought that was spot on. That especially with Governor DeSantis and the governor in South Dakota.
Yep.
Yeah, she would be perfect. She would be perfect. She's young. She's upcoming. She's got a good business sense. But at the same time, it's just like DeSantis. How do you think he's been so successful in Florida? Because Florida's got how many millions of retirees?
Yeah, the old people. Well, that's what he explained. He said when someone was sick and when they were ready to get out of they put them in a COVID-only facility with other COVID people to finish recovery. He did not send them back to the damn nursing homes.
Right, and back when Como was doing that crap, and I was personally insulted for the governor. I missed that of South Dakota. That worthless stinking
Como.
Oh, what's that bird's name? No, the news guy that he kissed Obama's ass much. So begins with an S. You mentioned his name last night. Anyway, but Como on as his damn guest when he had the governor of South Dakota.
Stephanopoulos. Yeah.
Yes, Stephanopoulos. Yeah, punks like that. He's nothing but a punk. So to have people like that on there, Como on there to give this lady advice. That was that. Boy, if I'd have been her, I'd have jumped on the first jet to New York. I'd have kicked Como's ass out there in the middle. Where that just irritated me. But you're right. That's what I'm talking about. We've identified the bad Republicans. We already know who they are. So it ain't gonna do them no good to run anyway. But yes, get behind these young and upcoming Republicans that want to put this country first, and I'm all for it. I'm all for that. But at the same time, I wish that the Republican Party would lean more towards social programs, because I don't hear it in their vocabulary. And I'll go back to what I said before when Glenda was in her medical condition. President Obama's policy helped me take care of that lady without putting my ass in the poorhouse, because I used the system the way it was designed to be used. It took some studying on my part. Everybody has their own situation of what you need. But I didn't feel guilty. I wasn't asking for welfare. I just said, hey, I want my tax dollars to help me help my wife. So, anyway, Steve, I think I've said enough. I've lost my voice. I probably won't be able to call you for
Okay, well, thank you much, Big Ed. And yeah, I mean, the biggest thing I think the Obama policy that helped Big Ed was when they removed what they call the lifetime, the limits, whatever, the ceiling, the lifetime, where if you had insurance, like in your lifetime, your maximum is like $1 million or $1.5 million. Yeah, because his wife spent what the hell was it, 3-4 years in the hospital. Well, she would have exceeded $1 million way before that. And if you have your $1 million lifetime maximum or whatever, and you hit it, what do you do? They send you home or whatever and say, well, be comfortable and thanks so much. That's it. All right, who we got next up here? Let's jump down to, there's Knucklebuster. What kind of baloney you got for us this morning?
Oh, morning, Mr. Steve Sommers. Steve Sommers, the president, 2024. That has a nice little ring to it.
Nope.
You better get your campaigning real hard now, but let me tell you, hey, if I was you, I'd tell Doc the checks in the mail, it's a day late and it's $1 short. That's the kind of investment he's talking about there. I wouldn't even want to get into that. I'm in the same boat as Ed. I'm pretty close to retirement age, but I'm not going to retire. I'm going to keep right on working. When you retire or quit, you give up, that's when you die. So I'm going to keep right on trucking until I can't do it no more, and then I'll go sit down in a chair somewhere, right?
Mm-hmm.
I've got a 2020 Freightliner, and I let mine roll downhill. Of course, now when it rolls downhill, it's got a thing on the dash here. I've never driven an automatic. This is the first automatic I've driven. So it's like crazy to me. I don't have anything to do with my right hand. They're shifting them gears there. But it's got a little thing on there called hysteria or something like that. I guess that's the way you pronounce it. But it allows me to set the cruise where I can go up to 5, 10, 15 or unlimited before it kicks the jake brake on and slows the truck down. And then you could even go under, but hell, I don't know anybody who'd want to go under speed limit rolling down the road there. So, I mean, that's one of the little quirks of it. As far as getting fuel mileage, it ain't really impressed me with getting the fuel mileage. This truck here, I've got 170,000 miles on it, and it's only getting 6.5 miles to the gallon. So a guy last night was talking 10 miles to the gallon.
Right.
I'd be impressed. I'd be impressed with that. But when I park, most of the cities and states now got anti-idling rules and all that stuff, and that's the same thing that basically that Ford pickup got. This is what this truck has. When you pull up and park, you set it on optimized idle, and what it does, it shuts the truck off. And when the interior comfort needs to be warmed up or cooled off a little bit, it'll start up and run for a little while. And then the same thing when the batteries need charging, when it gets down to 12.6 volts, got to have 12 to get this truck started. When it gets down to 12.6 volts, it starts the truck up and charges the battery back up to 14 too. So it takes it a while to run the batteries down a little bit there. But other than that, the truck's okay. I mean, I let it go downhill. I don't get 5 over the speed limit going downhill because I don't want no damn ticket. I'm scared of Mama Knucklebuster. She's my insurance agent, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, she would make me about the head and hurt me real bad. I told her driver one time, I would let my wife kick me in the butt for getting into the trucking industry, but she'd make it hurt and she'd enjoy it too much. So I don't know, but I've changed my mind on that one there. It's just everything's a change, and you gotta roll with the flow there. That's all I know to do. That's all my baloney for right now, Steve. Unless you've got any questions before I sign off.
And any advice for the smartest man in the world, Doc Holliday?
Yeah. Taking the mail day late and it's $1 short. That's the way I tell it.
All right. Well, I thought the idea of faxing him my money would be a good idea. So either one, that works. All right, 24 past the hour. Another topic we did briefly touch on last evening was, of course, the expanding controversy of Governor Cuomo, which let me give you the update on that first, because Monday, it's up to number 3, a third woman coming forward to accuse him of inappropriate sexual behavior, saying he grabbed and kissed her at a wedding, 2019. 33-year-old Anna Rush tells the New York Times the 63-year-old governor made unwanted advances toward her and planted an unsolicited kiss. It was actually on her cheek at the reception in Manhattan. She recalls he said, "Can I kiss you?" I was so confused, shocked, embarrassed. Now, that's after 2 former state staffers accusing him of sexual harassment on the job, including one who claimed the governor kissed her without warning at his Manhattan office, which he's denied. Unlike the other 2 women, this woman has never been employed by the governor or the state. Former member of the Obama administration and the 2020 Biden campaign, Rush said she met Cuomo at the crowded wedding reception in September of 2019. Within moments of being introduced, she claims the governor put his hands on the small of her lower back, which was exposed in an open back dress. I promptly removed his hand with my hand, which I would have thought was a clear enough indicator that I was not wanting him to touch me. But apparently he didn't get the hint. He noted that Rush seemed aggressive, then placed his hands on her cheeks and asked if he could kiss her, loudly enough for a friend of hers to hear. I turned my head away. I didn't have words in that moment. Shocked. She had to ask a friend whether the governor's lips had actually touched her face, as she was pulling away. She was told that he kissed her cheek. Now, that friend captured the creepy encounter in a series of photographs, including the one that Rush provided to the Post that shows Cuomo grasping her face. And yeah, that's actually on the cover of the New York Post. I don't know if that's yesterday's or today's edition. Probably yesterday's edition. Well, now you've got Christy Whitmer. That's the one I was talking about last. Gretchen Whitmer, Michigan's governor, where now there are 8 state senators pushing for an investigation into her handling of the COVID pandemic in the state's nursing homes there in Michigan. As the FBI and federal prosecutors investigate Cuomo's COVID task force with a particular focus on his administration's handling of the nursing homes early on. Of course, the calls are coming for Cuomo's resignation, but there are too many similarities between what happened in New York and what's happened here in Michigan not to open an investigation. Michigan Senator Jim Runstad said the families who lost loved ones deserve to know what happened and get justice at a time when we knew how dangerous the virus was, especially to the seniors, the elderly. The Whitmer administration ignored advice from medical experts and the nursing home industry. She put COVID patients into nursing homes with our most vulnerable. So Whitmer and Cuomo both exposed nursing home residents to COVID-19. Now, there was a columnist with the Detroit Free Press who also called for an investigation. More than 5,500 of the state's roughly 14,500 deaths due to COVID were actually residents of long-term care facilities there in the state of Michigan. So essentially, more than a third of the deaths in Michigan were nursing home or long-term care facility patients in that state. I don't know that they have anything in regards, I've not seen anything in regards to there was being any sort of a cover-up, as Cuomo and his administration were trying to downplay or underreport the numbers when it comes to those nursing home deaths. But I guess that's why they want the investigation. Let's dig a little deeper. All right, it is 844-844-3388. We call it a news break. A quick time out here, bottom of the hour. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
A top White House coronavirus official says it's still too difficult to schedule an appointment for a vaccine in many areas. White House COVID-19 response coordinator Jeff Zients made the statement Monday during a press briefing. But the major issue is still the supply of vaccines, even with Johnson & Johnson beginning to ship their recently approved shot. Former Vermont Health Commissioner Dr. Paul Jarris tells CBS News that having enough people to administer the shots is just as important as having a good scheduling system.
There's a lesson to be learned here, and unfortunately learned again, as we did in H1N1 in prior episodes. And that is we invest so many resources in the vaccine development, and we seem to forget that vaccines don't give themselves. We need to also, early in a pandemic, invest in educating the public, gaining acceptance, but very importantly, our public health system so that they can administer the vaccines as they're produced.
This is USA Radio News.
Are you looking for senior care for your mom or dad but don't know where to start? Hi, I'm Joan London with The Place for Mom. Nobody knows your parent or loved one better than you, and nobody knows senior living better than the experts at A Place for Mom. They've helped thousands of families find the right place for their mom or dad.
I was so glad that I called A Place for Mom. My advisor really listened and was truly my partner in finding senior care for my dad. She went out of her way to get to know him as a person and was always there whenever I had a question.
The Senior Living Advisors at A Place for Mom partner with thousands of families every month, listening and offering local knowledge and advice to help find the best senior living communities across the country. And it's a free service. Here's the number.
Call A Place for Mom at 1-800-370-2715.
There's a place for answers, a place for mom. Call today.
Call A Place for Mom at 1-800-370-2715. That's 1-800-370-2715.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud, always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-632-4506.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Shy Diesel has you covered.
Getting a good night's sleep while on that long haul can be quite the challenge. That's why Commercial Vehicle Group has partnered with Serta Mattress to bring you the Bostrom plus Serta mattress for the best night's sleep possible while you're on the road. The Bostrom plus Serta mattress, manufactured with Serta's patented Cool Gel memory foam, acts to dissipate body heat and eliminate pressure points, which reduces the tossing and turning that can be so disruptive to your sleep. The Bostrom Serta mattress comes in two thicknesses, 7 and 10 inches, offering support to drivers of all shapes and sizes. The mattress comes in the standard 80-inch length with 4 widths, 32, 36, 39, and 42 inches. For more information on the mattress or where to buy, call us at 800-459-7328. That's 800-459-7328.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
Most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Yes, it is. And back at it here. All right, who sent this to me? Deranger. Said, what do you call it? The double standard, as he calls it, the hypocrisy. Going back a couple years ago, the sexual assault allegations against Judge Kavanaugh. It was time for his confirmation hearings, to which, that would have been September 24th, 2018. Governor Cuomo sends out a tweet which reads, "The allegations of sexual assault against Judge Kavanaugh are disturbing and deeply concerning. We owe it to the American people to investigate. We owe it to the American people to believe survivors." That was the hashtag, believe survivors. I call on the Senate to postpone any vote until these allegations are fully investigated. Yeah, I guess he doesn't feel about the same now, does he? Believe survivors. Hello, Philip.
Hey, bud, how you doing?
Doing well. What's happening this morning?
Just going to work like I usually do.
Another day.
Hey, I heard Knucklebuster talking about his truck getting 6.5 on that fuel mileage. Man, that's terrible. That's terrible for a new truck. Getting 6.5.
Yep.
That's what we used to get when I drove a Brigadier back in the 90s, or an Astro cab over. We used to get 6 on a cab over, and we'd get about close to 7 with the Brigadier back in the day. That's a long time ago. And what he was talking about as far as the idle and all that stuff, wasn't it the reason they come out with all those fancy APUs for the trucks to keep the idling down on the engines?
That is correct. Absolutely. Yeah. And if you go to places like Hunts Point and whatnot, I mean, they've actually got the idling cops out there. And I think they actually bumped down their idle time to like 3 minutes. I mean, you know, they're out there watching and waiting to give you a citation if you run for more than 3 minutes.
I know I worked for a company back in the 90s that they had a thing called a Trip Master. It was like the first generation of the computers that watched the trucks. And they used to watch our idling like crazy. You know, in the wintertime, we'd have to idle because of the heat. And they'd get all flustered and bent out of shape when we would be idling too much. In the same way, they eventually worked it into used to have a safety bonus. And they would take our safety bonus away if we idled too much, or even going over the speed limit. Back in the day when our trucks were about 70 mile an hour, and they tied us back to 65. If we went 70 with the truck consistently, they'd get on to us about that. I mean, it was one thing after another back in with all that. I'm not sure if the guys are going through that or not now. I know a lot of the companies are just tying the trucks back now to where they go 65 and that's it.
Yep.
Just to hang out in the right lane and go. But as far as Big Ed's conversation earlier about the Republicans and social programs, I do believe that, like what he's talking about. But I think a lot of the reason they've been that way over the years is because the Democrats have snuck a lot of stuff in with their people that lobbied. When they built bills, they would sneak stuff in, and the good stuff would get cut because of that. You know, I think that's the problem with the program is they just don't go through all the programs before they build all these bills together. You know, like this $1.9 trillion thing they're putting through right now. That's the reason that the Republicans are not going to vote for it, because of the pork. As far as DeSantis goes, I think that he will be a good president or vice president, one or the other. As far as social programs, I think he's going to pay attention to it more, because I don't know if you remember or not, when we went into that COVID, we had a major problem with our unemployment system down here in Florida. It basically fell apart because it couldn't handle the amount of people hitting it at one time. And that DeSantis got in there and got everybody on the right page. You got more people in there now. They're still trying to straighten it out to this day, but I think he's more aware of what's going on with the social programs than a lot of the other ones that are out there, that if they do run for president. So, Big Ed, I think Mr. DeSantis will, if he runs for office, I think that's going to be one of his main things. And I think he's going to be looking at Medicare big time, because that's one thing we need to look at too as well, Steve. Do you agree?
Yes, sir. Mm-hmm.
With the Medicare program, and same way with Social Security. I mean, I checked the other day, and I'll be 54 this year, and it said that I'm going to be about 68 before I can collect my Social Security full, if I go full program. So that's a long ways away from me.
Long, with a lot more working years there, Philip.
Oh yeah, I know. It's crazy. Most of us guys that were born in the 60s, especially towards the end of the 60s, like me, you know, it's going to be 68, 70 years old before we'll be able to collect the full card on the Social Security, you know, and qualify for all that stuff. So, I mean, there's going to be a lot more people out there working. I don't even know what it would be for the guys that are born in the 70s or the 80s. But I don't think, I know my dad told me, he said probably by the time I would get that age, it probably might not be around. And, you know, I used to kind of blow that off, but I think hindsight's 2020. He might be right the way things are going. So you never know. So, And by the way, Steve, tomorrow at 1 o'clock, supposedly, and we'll see how it rolls. That Starship's supposed to take off tomorrow. So we'll see how that plays out. See if we can put her down on the pad this time.
The Starship, is that a Starlink, like the satellite deployment, or is this the other?
No, this is a program that Musk has on SpaceX. They're going to go to Mars with it eventually.
All right, so
and
this
is a program that he's developing.
Is this the one out of Texas then?
Yeah.
Where they launch in Texas?
Yeah, this is the one out of Boca Chica, Texas. It's a rocket, but it's going to be a ship. It's going to be a Starship. I mean, like a regular spaceship. He's going for that angle. It's going to be stacked on a big high rocket eventually. They haven't tested the big rocket yet. This one here is just the ship that goes up on top. They're getting it all together. It's a pretty interesting program. I'm watching it. It's a long way from being off the ground. I mean, they can get the ship to do what it needs to do when it's in the air, but the problem they're having is sticking the landing with it because they want to do that vertical landing like they do with the rockets.
This is the one that the first two tests have actually exploded when they try to land it, right?
Yeah, the first one, well, they've landed it. The earlier prototypes they could land, but when they went on to the big full scale, which is what they've got now, the first one, which is number 8, that one almost stuck the landing. The problem was with it, the engine vapor locked and it came back down on it and it blew up. Now that the last one they had, SN9, that one came in and it just fell sideways, and I don't know what the scoop was with it, but this one that now is number 10. And they've changed the engines out. They've test fired the engines on this one like 3 or 4 times, and they've changed out the engines on it 3 or 4 times. They're going to try to get it perfect. They want to stick it. They just rebuilt the pad that the thing lands on, and they double layered the concrete rebar for it. And it's pretty interesting. He's actually got a program in that deal to where he's going to put a platform out in the Gulf of Mexico, and they're going to take off and land on those instead of landing on land. The platform is already being brought out to where they're going to be put at and finished up. So it won't even be on land when it comes down or goes up. That's going to be interesting. He's got a lot of big ideas. Let's see if he can get everything going right. So
very good.
That's pretty much all I got to say, Steve. I appreciate you, man. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yep. Good to have you with us. Thanks for checking in about 16 before the hour. And Bill's been hanging in there for a while. It's good morning, Bill. What's happening?
Hey, Steve. How you doing today?
Doing well.
So I was watching some politics today, and I noticed that I have the biggest penis.
Mm-hmm. I knew that was our old Bill. Thank you much. He gets his dumbass of the week. What's his point? What do you see here? Let me just get over to our, since I neglected to get back to the rest of the story last evening, we'll get back to Horse Feathers, Chevy Guy, and room for you at 844-844-3388. All right, when it comes to truck parking issues, first of all, that was the topic of discussion on the most recent issue of Live from Exit 24, focused on truck parking. Sommers started to pick up on the reality, apparently. Roll Call, the news outlet reporting on the federal government, the publication, recently published a piece specifically about the truck parking crisis. They did a great job explaining the history of truck parking and the current situation, specifically when it comes to funding. Reporter Jessica Warman quotes the current situation specifically when it comes to the likes of funding. It's information you already know about, and it's been written about extensively at Landline, but for those in D.C., it's probably new information for the roll call readers there. More mainstream attention like this is exactly what we need, what the movement toward more truck parking needs. According to Louis Pugh, they also received some momentum in February when the House Transportation and Infrastructure Chairman Peter DeFazio promised to, his quote was, meaningfully address truck parking in the pending highway bill after he discussed that issue with OOIDA's President Todd Spencer. All right, Georgia, next on the list. Truck stop hits a roadblock there. About a year ago, the parking zone and the print edition briefly mentioned how Macon, Georgia has been considered a truck stop proposal. Here we are now, more than a year later. Ground has not been broken, and now there's the usual problem. Residents are raising the concerns about a truck stop. While seeking rezoning, nearby residents complained about increased traffic, noise, lighting, environmental impact, situated near I-75. And they proposed the truck stop would be near an existing Love's Travel stop, as well as an Amazon fulfillment center. The plan is still early there, but they say anything is possible at this point. On to Kansas, where a proposed truck stop in Hays, Kansas is further delayed, but not for the typical reasons. According to the Post, truck stop in the works off I-70 at exit 157 is about a year behind schedule for construction, thanks to COVID. Initially, the new stop was to open this April. That start date's now been moved to October, but the project is still underway. The larger development in Hays includes a travel plaza, a truck wash, full-service hotel, restaurants, and other businesses. Hays may actually be a great place to stop by the end of the year, they say. And then an update on the Moses Lake truck stop. Going back to the September edition of the parking zone. Moses Lake, Washington was mentioned. Residents there began to complain about the proposal, but they didn't do so in the timely manner. Well, they're back with construction of the new Love's Travel stop scheduled to begin soon. Residents continue to object, they tell us. Essentially, residents are not thrilled about the location site. Of course, then again, no one ever is, no matter where you put it. One dismayed resident owned up to his lack of response. He told the publication he should have spoken up when he had the chance, but he wrongfully assumed others would. Turns out, apparently, everyone thought that. Now the truck stop will likely happen. Moral of the story on this one is never assume someone's going to speak up for you. This is the big lesson for truck drivers when it comes to federal and state legislation. Just don't assume the other truckers are all going to write their letters. Or in many cases, that comes down to when you have comment periods for the FMCSA or DOT. Yeah, everyone says, well, yeah, they'll get plenty of comments. When you got a population of 3.5 million truck drivers, and they open a comment period on, say something like the truck drivers under the age of 21 crossing state lines, and they get 500 or 1,000 comments, that's not a whole lot of feedback, is it? All right, lastly, between the big three new locations, they call it the big three. That's your Love's, your TA Petro, your Pilot, Flying J's. Love's is the only one to open new locations in the month of February, 4 of them to be exact, which has added more than 300 much-needed parking places to the infrastructure around the country. Love's at 8901 Highway 374. Yeah, that's in Jamestown, Wyoming. All right, what is that? Exit 85, Wyoming Highway 370, or off of I-80. You got the Love's at exit 23, exit 23, Highway 74 off I-90 in St. Charles, Minnesota. Got a new Love's at exit 14, Sierra Highway 35 off I-22, Hamilton, Alabama. And the last one would be exit 440 Northeast Highway 50 off of I-80 in Papillion, Nebraska. A few additional truck parking spaces available out there. All right, let's see. There's old Horse Feathers. What's going on, Horse Feathers?
Oh, hey, I had, talking about Doc Holliday there, and he had that, because he's just could be the smartest man on the earth. He had that idea there, having the jump pack truck to go around to recharge all these electric vehicles. I've been thinking about them a little bit. Now, they don't have an internal combustion engine in them, right? The electric cars.
If it's a full electric, no.
So that means, so that means that they don't have a radiator and they don't have coolant or antifreeze in them. What do they do for heat? If you don't have hot water circulating around in the internal combustion engine and out to the radiator and back to the heater core, what do they do for heat? Do they have like a little toaster or something that they put in there? They put a fan behind a toaster?
I was going to say, based on the fact that they're running off electricity, I would assume they've got something like, like in your home would be a small, what do you call it, these little things I was using for so long?
A little space heaters,
little space heaters. You wouldn't need much. I mean, in an automobile, it would be a fairly small, like a space heater that would probably warm the car up pretty quick.
But how many miles would that take off your trip? If you had to run your heater, how many miles is that going to take off your trip? And if you start running low, do you have to shut your heater off? When you got the Cadillac and it starts overheating, you got to turn your heater on full blast to try to help cool it a little bit. If you start running out of electric, you have to turn your heater off to try to get the extra mile.
Conserve
to get to
some
the phone
juice.
booth to call Doc Holliday.
Exactly.
But anyways, they kind of hit me a little bit there, thinking, of course, about Doc Holliday, who, of course, could be the smartest man on the earth, but, could be. But, hey, as far as Knuckle Buster goes there, hey, my baloney has a first name.
Mm-hmm.
Can we sing along? Can we all sing along with this?
That would be OSCAR. Yes.
Yeah, my baloney has a last name, MEYER.
Yes.
There you go. All right. So, with all that nonsense there, I call back for you there. I don't know. Throw some comic relief into the show here, right? Probably not.
You wish you were an Oscar Mayer wiener.
Hey, speaking of that, you mentioned the word, the wiener. Is Cuomo trying to compete with him? Same state. Maybe we should check into that. Maybe we should see if he's, competing with Wiener there.
Yeah, we'll see what's
Where
on
did
the
he
list.
ever go anyways?
Yeah, that's a good question. He just kind of disappeared off the block, didn't he?
With everything he had happened, how did he just disappear? It's kind of strange, but I don't know. All these things just kind of disappear like that, because, somebody mentioned there about Kavanaugh there with, actually, I guess it's talking what you're talking about with Cuomo and what he said about Kavanaugh. Where did that woman go, that Ford woman go that, was accusing him?
Mm-hmm.
How come once he got, confirmed, why did she just completely disappear? Why didn't anything else happen? I don't know.
I guess because they figured out it was all a bunch of BS, and I presume Kavanaugh didn't want to turn the tables and go after her for making false allegations or whatever. Just, life goes on, they say. Didn't hear from the Big Moose, but that's because I did get an email from him right at the onset of the show. He said, "Hey, bud, I'm taking the night off. I'm going to catch up on my beauty sleep. But have a good show and don't take no crap from Big Ed." I'll catch you on the replay later today. Keep it between the spotted and the solid. There you go. There is the Big Moose. I think we actually heard from Tater as well. Sent a little note of something. Yeah, either way, let's see. Back at it here as we head toward top of the hour news update. You want to jump on board? It's 844-3388. And yes, Chevy Guy. Hey there.
Yeah, I don't, listen, my tax dollars, I am proud. My chest stretches out and I'm as proud when I see certain things my tax dollars being used for. One is a U.S. Navy destroyer at flank speed, plowing through the blue water, kicking up a white wake, or a couple of F-15 Eagles streaking wingtip to wingtip by you. And it also, in my opinion, my tax dollars being used to help Big Ed Sweetie at that time was the best use for it. A whole lot better than us, $55 million to the World Health Organization. Actually, the only problem with the Obama deal is it was forcing our children to fork over a paycheck a month. And that can't last. That's just insane. A system, yeah, I've always had a problem, and I got in trouble with a lot of Republicans because every time they'd hear them say, "Oh, entitlement programs," and I said, have you ever listened to what they're saying is entitlement programs?
Mm-hmm.
That happens to be what you're paying your taxes for, and like, what in program do you know of that you're entitled to that they can keep moving it on you? Whenever in 1974, I registered to get a Social Security card. I didn't, maybe 73 when I got my first job. I was 14 and I got a job washing dishes in a little roadside cafe in Melbourne, Florida. And I remember when this old man took me by the window and showed me a paycheck stub, and he showed me the FICA and all this stuff and SSI, and he told me, now your government is taking money out of your paycheck starting at your very first pay. And he said, and their government has that there to protect you for when you get old, and you'll have some money so you won't starve. And so, I'm sorry, but they took the money, and now I'm sorry that if the government keeps, Democrats and Republicans turn around and dip into it, and have robbed the American people of that so-called entitlement programs. But bottom line is, yeah, I don't have a problem. I mean, catastrophic problems, that's what our government's there for. We, part of that, that's a wise use of, when you count they shot 60 missiles, 59 of them made the target, one fell into the drink, and that was over $100 million. That contractor needed to reimburse the American people for that. I mean, or look at it this way, minus one missile, could go for health care for Americans. But right now, the Democrats and the way they're planning it out, I mean, we're taking care of the world, and we're going to import and let more people in the country,
mm-hmm.
and it's going to be like socialism, where, I'm sorry, they're going to say, well, yeah, we'll take a number, get in line. We do not have, you've got so many people on the list, we can't take care of them all because we are covering everything. So, yeah, there's a dilemma. I love the fact that in the old days, I would be a Democrat. Because the social programs were intelligent and they were caring. But man, they've gone so far from being a safety net to actually being socialist. And we all seen what you're going to eventually run out of other people's money doing that.
That's it.
But,
right there. That's the key. You run out of other people's money. And all right, with that, we're up to the news update time. It's 844-844-3388. Back with our final hour just ahead. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
A number of states have begun easing their COVID restrictions as new cases and hospitalizations have been falling for several weeks, and a third vaccine begins to be distributed. But health experts say that now is not the time to take our foot off the gas. CDC Director Dr. Rochelle Walensky said Monday that continuing mitigation efforts could prevent a fourth surge of coronavirus infections.
We have the ability to stop a potential fourth surge of cases in this country. Please stay strong in your conviction. Continue wearing your well-fitted mask and taking the other public health prevention actions that we know work. Ultimately, vaccination is what will bring us out of this pandemic. To get there, we need to vaccinate many more people.
This is USA Radio News.
Hey friends, awesome and amazing day. It's John and Chelsea Jubilee with Energize Health.
Today I have a message for you women. We have women that come to us all the time, every single day with the same issues. They're tired of being tired and they are hopeless, completely hopeless, because they have tried everything to lose weight.
And when we say everything, we mean everything. We have clients that have done keto, vegan, carrots in water, celery in water. I mean every excruciating, crazy diet you can imagine, and nothing has worked for them. But we have great news for you. Our breakthrough science of intercellular hydration resets your hypothalamus, resets your metabolism. Go on our website, energizehealth.com. Look at the testimonials of real women just like you. Log on today to energizehealth.com.
An Arkansas junior high student is dead after being shot by a classmate. Tim Berg has more from the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau.
A 15-year-old boy in Arkansas has lost his fight to survive after being shot at a school. He was airlifted to a hospital this morning and later died. Police say another 15-year-old student targeted him during a class break and then took off. The suspect was tracked by dogs 30 minutes later. He apparently was still armed but surrendered peacefully. Prosecutors will decide whether to charge him as an adult or child within the next 48 hours. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
And President Biden's pick to become Education Secretary has been confirmed by the Senate. Miguel Cardona was confirmed Monday by a 64-33 vote. He takes the helm of the department as many districts across the country are trying to navigate reopening among the pandemic. This is USA Radio News.
You've heard me talking about MyPillow for 3 years, folks. It's the truth. I get the best sleep of my life with a MyPillow. You can do it too. 60-day money-back guarantee, 10-year warranty, made in the USA. You'll sleep well or you'll get your money back. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, use my promo code USA, get 2 MyPillow premium pillows for the price of one, or call 1-800-951-8175. Get the best sleep of your life and do it now.
During Monday's White House press briefing, Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas downplayed a recent increase in migrants coming to the country's southern border, saying it was not a crisis. A U.S. Customs and Border Protection report showed that apprehensions at the border during the month of January more than doubled from the same time a year ago. Former acting DHS Secretary Chad Wolf disagrees with his successor. He tells Fox Business that what's happening on the border is a health crisis, and the administration is putting border agents in danger and asking them to deal with it.
I believe the department's losing credibility with the American people, but also with your DHS frontline officers. Many of them have not gotten the vaccine. I know the department's working hard at getting them the vaccine, but the reality is they don't have it yet. And so when you're allowing thousands, up to 4,000 folks coming across that border, and you're sending a signal that more and more will likely come, you're asking your DHS law enforcement officers to be put in a very difficult position. These are folks that are coming across the border that have no medical papers, that have no ID in many cases. We have no idea what their medical history is. We have no idea if they've had any type of vaccines of any kind. And so it's very difficult to administer medical care to them. And so you're doing that on an everyday basis, and then you overlay that with what's going on with COVID along that southwest border, and it's becoming very, very dangerous. And I just, if you're not square and you're not straight with the American people, I think you're putting a lot of people at danger.
For USA Radio News, I'm Dan Naraki.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Ultra-low sulfur fuels.
the primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All righty, one more time around. Final hour here on a Tuesday. And we got plenty of room for you. All right, jump on board at 844-844-3388. Let me see, via social media, but it makes sense. Sure does. Because as we shared last evening, right on the heels of this $1.9 trillion COVID relief bill, which is a hell of a lot more of other pet projects than it is about COVID, as you're actually hearing in the news updates at the top of each hour. All the earmarks, or pork, as we call it, that are shoved into this bill, nothing whatsoever to do with COVID. Soon as we're done passing that, which probably going to happen sooner rather than later, after, well, what have we been, 6 months now debating this doggone thing? But as soon as they get that done, the next big piece of legislation is anticipated to be our next highway bill. Highway and infrastructure spending, which, according to some of the early reports, could approach the $2 trillion mark. Another $2 trillion. So, Robert shared this. It's one of those pieces where he said, I didn't write this, but it sure does hit home. Hey, Washington, remember when we were told we should approve the lotto because that money would help fix our public education system and the roads? Then we were told we should raise the sales tax from 4% to 6% because we needed that money for education and fixing the roads. Then we were told we should approve casino gambling because that money, would go to education and fixing the roads. And then we raised the gas tax and the vehicle registration fees to fix the roads. Then we were told we should legalize marijuana and use the tax revenue for education and fixing the roads. And now, after all this, our education system still apparently broke, sorely lacking. And, of course, the roads are even worse than that of our governor proposes that we need to raise the gas tax so we can fix the roads. There's a number of states right now. I think Landline had the breakdown on them, at least 7, maybe close to a dozen that are talking about raising the gas tax. We got to fix the roads. How about we find all that money we were told was going to be used to fix the damn roads and use it to fix the roads? Everything. Every time there is an increase, they play. I guess they're playing on the heartstrings. Hey, this is going for education, and we're going to fix the roads. Now we're going to be proposing a $1.5–2 trillion fix the roads bill. Yeah, roads and infrastructure. But you know what? I guarantee is going to be packed in with that one when they get done packing all their pork in. Yeah, there's going to be more green energy projects. solar, wind, all that fun stuff that Biden's hell-bent on shoving down our throats, versus what's actually going to be in there to fix the roads and the so-called infrastructure. And we'll wait and see. Let's just wait until they share it. How many thousands of pages you reckon that one's going to be? And then, of course, we've talked about the COVID bill ad nauseum. The 591-page excuse of a rescue plan that is so loaded down with waste that Nancy Pelosi might need the $112 million Bay Area transit expansion just to get out of town. Yeah, most voters, she ought to know, don't appreciate being railroaded. And it shouldn't be hard to pull back the curtain on this COVID bill, thanks to the big chunk of cash going to the National Endowment of the Arts. $135 million bonus for those guys. I don't expect them to be playing any sort of a leading role in battling the coronavirus. Another $1.5 million for the Seaway Bridge to Canada. More than $200 million for the Institute of Museum and Library Services. $50 million in political kickbacks for the likes of Planned Parenthood. Yeah, all told, experts say, somewhere between 10 and 20% of this COVID relief bill actually goes to fighting the pandemic. Even some Democrats are having a hard time excusing what the leadership's passing off as essential spending. Democrat New York Representative Adriano Espelati told CNN that he's embarrassed by all this unrelated pork. When pressed on how he felt about the package that was being debated, he rather candidly admitted the answer, no, I'm not comfortable with it. And he shouldn't be. Of course, Republicans seizing on the line items, blasting Democrats for exploiting a crisis to pad their friends' pockets. And in much of this, it's bailing out poorly run Democrat states like New York, Illinois, California. It's a disgrace that Democrats are trying to push through a bill where 80 to 90% of the spending doesn't actually have anything to do with COVID. I mean, this is a slap in the face to everyone who's actually been killed or had their businesses destroyed with these lockdowns. Marsha Blackburn of Tennessee, like so many Americans, took real exception to Democrats using the bill as a front to bankroll abortion. In the $10 billion of foreign assistance alone, at least $745 million could be used to pay for abortions, which is now breaking what has been a 47-year precedent that overseas aid cannot be used to take unborn lives. They want to get rid of all the Hyde Amendment language, she says. They want to get rid of any of the provisions that would deal with no federal funding of abortions, to like the Mexico City policy. They just want to wipe it away. They're changing the Paycheck Protection Program so that Planned Parenthood can actually apply for COVID relief loans. Marsha said she's been on the phone nonstop with her constituents in the state of Tennessee, worried about the financial implications of such a bloated bill. It's bad politics. Bad politics. Lindsey Graham said because the narrative is they're liberal, they just spend money like there's no tomorrow. And every time there's a crisis, we've got to load it up with more pet spending projects. This is what you would call a pork blowout. Some people have pointed out that it includes $1 billion in racial justice funds for black farmers. The hell does that have to do with beating COVID? Representative Austin Scott of Georgia knows. I think it's wrong. I don't understand the justification for this. Nor do conservatives seem to understand the $40 million in Native American language preservation. Or how about $50 million for environmental justice? The only justice taxpayers should want to see is defeating this bill. Well, taxpayers want to see is, if the bill is not defeated, we're going to be riding Pelosi's $112 million gravy train right off a fiscal cliff. But yeah, that's in there too. $112 million Bay Area transit expansion. You know, we need that train if we're ever going to defeat the COVID. It's business as usual. Back to business as usual in Washington, D.C. Yeah, which is what Donald Trump spent 4 years trying to stop. All right, it's 844-844-3388. Before we get back to your calls, yeah, how sad. Yeah, people are dying still. It's not the first. We had several such incidents last year, early on, when these mask mandates were first kicking in. Yeah, people actually getting into physical confrontations, fights at the likes of big box stores. It could have been anywhere. When people are coming in and saying, no, you can't come in, got to have a mask on. Some people didn't like the idea, and many still don't like the idea. But now a Louisiana police officer who was providing security at a high school basketball game in New Orleans is dead, thanks to a mask mandate. He was shot and killed over a mask-related dispute. Suspect is in custody, but Tulane University police officer Martinus Mitchum shot Friday working at a George Washington Carver High School in New Orleans. 35-year-old John Satherhorn booked early Saturday for armed robbery and first-degree murder of a policeman. After arriving at the high school Friday, Shallerman allegedly robbed a 39-year-old man sitting in a vehicle in the parking lot, raising his shirt to brandish a firearm, demanding the victim's medallion chain. All right, a physical altercation ensued with the school employee. Shallerhorn, as he was leaving, allegedly shot the officer twice. So insanity. A mask-related dispute, according to authorities. What else on the list here? Move down the line. All right, you ready for your first space vacation? It may happen in our lifetime. Depends on how much longer we're going to be around if the world hasn't come to an end. But construction is due to begin in 2025 for the world's first space hotel. Low Earth orbit that will include restaurants, a movie theater, spa, rooms for some 400 guests. According to the report from the Daily Mail, named the Voyager Station. This could be operational as early as 2027. Developed by Orbital Assembly Corporation, OAC, not to be confused with AOC. Oh boy. The project will be a large circle and rotate to generate artificial gravity similar to that on the moon. Now, I'm thinking back, what was the movie? 2001, A Space Odyssey? That's pretty much exactly what the concept looks like. Yeah, the big disc in the sky looks like a big bicycle wheel kind of thing that was rotating to create the artificial gravity. Remember that? The plan is to construct the inner spinning wheel using robots in Earth orbit with individual pods, then launching to attach the outer edges of the wheel. Building costs for the project are getting cheaper due to reusable launch vehicles like SpaceX's Falcon 9 and the future Starship, which Philip said they're going to do another test today. They did not say how much the estimated cost would be to construct the station or how much someone would have to pay maybe to spend a night there. But you'll be able, ultimately, the plan is to be able to purchase one of the 20 by 12 meter modules for a private villa or multiple modules to create a hotel with a spa and a cinema. Other modules are planned to be leased or sold to private companies or governments. Starship and other future fully reusable spacecraft are expected to make the station actually viable. It will eventually allow for regular and quick connections between the Earth and the Voyager. What a weekend how about an anniversary weekend? Let's head up to the Voyager. Spend the night in space, honey. Have a nice steak dinner. I mean, truly, right? Hollywood becoming reality. Science fiction becoming reality. And again, the artist impression, artist rendering, it looks like straight out of 2001, A Space Odyssey. Yo, Knucklebuster.
Thanks for taking me back a second time, Mr. Steve Summers. I'm waiting on my flying car and my sex slave robot there. But if she looks like AOC, I'm going to demand a refund. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't blame you on that one there, Rick. Yeah. But anyway, I'm turning into a zombie, Steve. I got a microprocessor shot in my arm last Friday there. I took my COVID shot, so the first one. So I ain't feeling too bad from it, but I'm feeling a little weak. I don't know. I guess that has anything to do with it or not. But anyway, they're just, but them politicians, man, they lie out of both ends, their head and their ass, right?
Right.
All that money. Yep, all that money, they just take it and stick it in their pockets, and them roads ain't gonna get fixed. I don't care how much money in that. Hell, the education, I know we got to get our kids educated, but they ain't been educating them the right way. Not with that. What was that? Common Core. Yeah, I'll be glad when they do away with that thing entirely. So. You have to count the number of squares to know that 12 times 12 is 144. So, anyway, that's all I wanted to chime in on there. And Steve Summers, President 2024. I still like the sound of that there.
Yeah.
Have a great morning, Steve.
Nice. All right. Hey, thank you, Knucklebuster. Good to have you with us as always. Yes, indeed. Jump on board at 844-3388. A couple of other industry headlines we'll get to. First, let me jump over to, as we learn more and more, we should know a lot by now about the COVID, right? And not surprising, people that are hospitalized with COVID, those that come down with the really, the bad cases, 2/3 of people hospitalized for COVID had at least one of 4 pre-existing conditions. Some had 2, some had 3, some had all of them. Those 4 conditions would be obesity, hypertension, diabetes, and heart failure. 2/3 of those that ended up hospitalized had at least one of those 4. Rather alarming results published in the Journal of the American Heart Association, study led by researchers at Tufts University. They estimated the number of and proportion of national COVID hospitalizations that could have been prevented if Americans did not suffer from those major cardiometabolic conditions. Other studies have already shown each of the conditions was strongly linked to the higher risk of a poor outcome if you come down with COVID. University researchers found among the 906,849 total hospitalizations of adults, now that was as of November of 2020, 30% were attributed to obesity, 26% to hypertension, 21% to diabetes, 12% to heart failure. When those four conditions were combined, researchers' models suggest 64% of hospitalizations might have been prevented. Researchers' model also showed just a 10% reduction in national prevalence of each condition when combined could prevent about 11% of all the COVID hospitalizations. Just a 10% reduction in those four conditions. All right, so this is a crucial to test such lifestyle approaches for reducing infections. Among the hardest hit were people with those conditions in the Black and Hispanic communities, they said. So very interesting. Our findings lend support to the need for prioritizing vaccine distribution, good nutrition, and other preventive measures to people with any of those four conditions. Rather interesting. All right, what are we looking at? 27 past the hour. If you weren't with us, hour number one, let me mention this again. Josh informs me that we're going to be moving here in fairly short order to no longer stream on the Hot Shot Secret YouTube and Facebook pages. They want you to move over to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive YouTube or Facebook pages. Pretty much the exact same platform, just like a different address. All right, so the initial message from Josh said, by the end of the week, like I said earlier, Kyle kind of interjected, I don't know if that's enough time. We may need to give him a little more time. But if you want to find the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, Facebook or YouTube link, just go to overnightdriveradio.com. It's that simple, overnightdriveradio.com. If you've got the Android app, you can listen via the Android app by going to the Google Play Store and typing in overnightdriveradio.com. Again, like I said, if you've got, if you're watching like on your, the television at home, the smart television, whatever, the laptop, overnightdriveradio.com, then right there you can click the link for the Facebook, you can click the link for the YouTube. That'll take you to the right place. It's very, very easy. So, all right, with that, I'll look at bottom of the hour news break, as we call it. Quick news update, and then, of course, we'll get back with more of your calls at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud, always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-632-4506.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
A number of states have begun easing their COVID restrictions as new cases and hospitalizations have been falling for several weeks, and a third vaccine begins to be distributed. But health experts say that now is not the time to take our foot off the gas. CDC Director Dr. Rochelle Walensky said Monday that continuing mitigation efforts could prevent a fourth surge of coronavirus infections.
We have the ability to stop a potential fourth surge of cases in this country. Please stay strong in your conviction. Continue wearing your well-fitted mask and taking the other public health prevention actions that we know work. Ultimately, vaccination is what will bring us out of this pandemic. To get there, we need to vaccinate many more people.
This is USA Radio News.
Recover Now is a national campaign aimed at the education and awareness of the devastating effects of opioid and heroin abuse and curbing drug and alcohol addiction in the United States. Recover Now is sponsored by treatment facilities nationwide. Many of them have been where you are, and they want to help by spreading a message of hope and recovery. They're working hand in hand with major insurance companies nationwide that can help you or a loved one get clean in 7 to 30 days. Recover Now is embarking on a national outreach campaign on TV and radio to promote anti-addiction messages. So if you, a loved one, or someone you know has a problem with drugs or alcohol, do not wait. A new life for you could be 30 days away. Call us right now. I promise this call can change your life. Sponsored by the Detox and Treatment Helpline.
800-292-3027. 800-292-3027. That's 800-292-3027.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Ultra low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has 2 purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret everyday diesel treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
you recall going back to the first hour last evening, we were speaking with Joel Morrow, and part of the conversation revolved around all the emissions changes that have taken place over the years. Now, he said he's been out there like nearly 35 years, so he's been through one generation after another. I can't recall how far back we go when we started talking about, all right, new emissions in 2004, then 2007, then 2010, and yet every 2 or 3 years, the next level, where we've gone to the EGR systems and the regen systems and all the changes. You're trying to make trucks stop being those big air polluters. Now, I recall, one of those generations of changes. Yeah, we're going back a number of years ago. We were actually, Cummins Engines was one of our sponsors at the time. And they'd have me for several years, had me kind of introduce some people there at the Cummins luncheon, dinner, whatever you wanted to call it there at the Mid-America Truck Show. I had the privilege of announcing their big giveaway that one year. It was the big secret. What are we giving away? Turned out to be like a trailer load of diesel fuel. Some lucky winner wouldn't have to purchase diesel fuel for a long, long time, right? At what point do you get to where you've done all you can to reduce those emissions? The Cummins spokesman we had on our program one night said, with this new engine, this new generation, what the air that's coming out of the truck essentially would be cleaner than the air, cleaner than the air that was coming in into the truck. I mean, what more can you do? Well, I guess we've only just begun. Say what? The United States Department of Transportation and Transport Canada have announced a plan to minimize climate change as it relates to the transportation sector. Oh my. I'm quoting here, a new focus on climate will reinforce our already vast cooperation portfolio across all models of transportation to ensure safe, secure, and efficient transportation networks of today while preparing for the innovations of tomorrow. That was a joint statement from the U.S. DOT and Transport Canada last week. The plan supports what they're calling Roadmap for a Renewed U.S.-Canada Partnership and the Transport Matters of Mutual Interests. That was actually signed by the U.S. and Canada back in 2016 under the previous administration. That would have been the one before Donald Trump, by the way. It will accelerate policy actions to help our transport sectors grapple effective with climate change. Well, now we've got the new Transportation Secretary, Pete Buttigieg, and on the Canadian side, Canada's Minister of Transport. Working in cooperation with federal department and agencies, this plan aims toward a zero-emission vehicle future. Ambitious vehicle standards to improve fuel efficiency and reduce greenhouse gases for light-duty and heavy-duty vehicles. Now, you recall, go back, remember, under the Obama administration where they had implemented these new vehicle mileage requirements to which pretty much all the big manufacturers, GM, Ford, Chrysler, they were all saying, what you're laying on us, what you're demanding we do can't really be done. Donald Trump comes into office and he kind of relaxed those mandates a bit. So here we come full circle with Obama Part 2 under Joe Biden. Incentives for installing electric charging stations and refueling stations for clean fuels, as well as solutions to decrease emissions and advance the use of cleaner fuels. We intend to work together to accelerate the achievement of 100% zero-emission vehicles for light-duty vehicles and increase the supply and demand for zero-emission medium and heavy-duty vehicles. In addition, goals to lower emissions in the aviation and maritime sectors by 2050 are in place. The transportation sector, they say, constitutes one of the largest sources of greenhouse gas emissions for both the U.S. and Canada. So we are committed to fight climate change and limit the environmental impacts of the transportation network. There you go. I knew you'd be happy to hear that. All right, Spaceman was wanting me to share with the listening audience. They've got, I guess, we were talking about the winds earlier, the high wind warnings and the wind advisories for much of Pennsylvania and New York tonight. Empty and tandem trailer, there's a ban on empty and tandem trailers on all MTA bridges in New York City till 10 o'clock this morning for the high winds. So, what is that? Verrazano, RFK, Triborough, Throgs Neck, Whitestone, and Manhattan. Empty and tandem trailer bans in place on the bridges, thanks to the winds. All righty, lines available at 844-844-3388. And hello to the blind man. Good morning.
Good morning, Steve. I understand that Biden is going to shove the reparations on us. He's going to sign an executive order. I heard that yesterday on one of the local talk stations. And I also talked about it on C-SPAN. Can you imagine me playing the victim card? Let's do that for a minute or two. Okay, I ought to get in line ahead of the blacks. I'm blind, and I'm mad at you sighted people. You can drive a car. You can read your own mail. You can go anywhere and not think about how to get there. I have to think about what bus to take, what train to take, what plane to take, all that. Also, you talk about privilege. Okay, let's talk about sighted privilege. Be a little less sighted. Take off your glasses. Take out your contacts. Don't get that laser correction so you get your 20/20 vision. Can you imagine me doing that day after day after day? I'm really getting sick and tired of some of these people playing the victim card. Woe is me. They talk about what happened 400 years ago. Okay, I'll play that game with you. All right, it's 400 years ago. What do you think would happen to me as a blind person? I'd be thrown out on the street and told to beg or probably outright killed. So there. Some of you people out there, stop playing the victim card.
All right, well, that's a good example. Yep. And I'm looking here. I had not caught that. And I didn't realize, I didn't even think you could even use an executive order to try to implement something like that. So let me see how they explain it here. President Biden's senior advisor, Cedric Richmond, confirming that the White House plans to start acting now on reparations for African-American citizens. He made the stunning admission to Mike Allen, the journalist, during Sunday evening's broadcast of Axios on HBO. In the interview, the former Louisiana lawmaker explained that Biden remains consistent in his support of H.R. 40, which is the House of Representatives bill that received a congressional hearing last month that would look into the issue of reparations. We've got to start breaking down systemic racism and barriers that have held people of color back. And essentially, especially African Americans who were enslaved. Okay. There ain't none alive that were enslaved. He goes on to say, quote, "We have to do stuff now to improve the plights, status, and future empowerment of black people all around the country." when the House Judiciary Subcommittee on the Constitution, Civil Rights, and Civil Liberties held a Zoom hearing on reparations. White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki told reporters Biden, quote, would support a study of reparations and pointed to an executive order the president signed that begins to address racial inequality. Okay, so that's what I thought. You cannot do an executive order to pay reparations. But you can, I guess, do an executive order to say, let's look into the issue. But Richmond took a more concrete stance, explaining, we don't want to have to wait on a study that we even support. We're going to start acting now. After Allen asked if there would be actual financial payments given to the descendants of slaves, the White House advisor was a bit less definitive. I can't tell you what the time frame on the bill is, but I can tell you this. If you start talking about free college tuition to historically black colleges and universities, and you start talking about free community college and all those things, I think you're well on your way. Now, last week on an episode of his podcast with Bruce Springsteen called Renegades, Born in the USA, former President Obama revealed that while he does believe reparations for black Americans are justified, the overt resistance from white people in power, stopped him from pushing for it during his presidency. He said, quote, we never went through a true reckoning, so we just buried one huge part of our experience and our citizenry in our minds. So, if you ask me, theoretically, are reparations justified? The answer is yes, said Obama. There's not much question that the wealth of this country, the power of this country was built in significant part, not exclusively, maybe not even the majority of it, but a large portion of it was built on the backs of slaves. All right, so, okay, hey, we're coming together, folks. Yes, we are. We're all coming together. It's 844-3388. Well, I guess on a more somber note, we've had discussions for a number of years now, talks about how the likes of Kim Jong-un in North Korea, or the Russians, or the Chinese, or whoever the enemy might be, even a terrorist organization, if they were to detonate an EMP, that's an electromagnetic pulse in this country, what would the impacts be? How far down on our knees would this country almost immediately find ourselves? And I've been saying for quite some time, and it gets worse with each passing year, as we go more and more reliant, whether it's our power grid, it's our water supply, it's our food, everything relying on electrical devices, computers, which an EMP detonation would pretty much decimate. Your GPS system wouldn't work. Anything via like smartphones, technology that relies on location mapping, GPS coordinates, that stuff's gone. This was kind of an awakening story from the CEO of a cybersecurity company known as FireEye, who said any future real-world conflict between the United States and an adversary, whether it be China or Russia, will have direct impacts on regular Americans because of the risk of cyber attack. The war doesn't have to be on the ground in China or on the ground in Russia. It could be anywhere. What they're saying is the next conflict where the gloves come off in the cyber world, each and every one of us, we don't have to be a member of the military. We're all going to be drug into it, whether you want to or not, period. Apps won't work. Appliances may not work. People don't even know all the things that they depend on. All of a sudden, the supply chain starts getting disrupted because computers don't work. Well, why does what this guy say matter? As a CEO of the company that was first to discover the massive solar winds hack, remember that? This guy sits at the nexus of online security and attempts by criminals, mischief makers, foreign governments to break into computer systems all around the world, they tell us. He warns that unclear rules or criteria for retaliation will lead to continued attacks that will leave us shocked but not surprised. Here's the problem. Nobody knows what the rules are. There's no written document on what the rules are. And I don't know if you'll get people to agree to any sort of rules on espionage because of the symmetry where most countries can't beat us. They can't beat us with tanks. They can't beat us with airplanes. But in cyber, maybe that's where they can make investments and actually beat us. The bottom line is, it is as simple as if you can be hacked, you are hacked. We're in an environment right now where we're playing goalie, and there are slap shots coming at us every millisecond. And by the way, blocking 99.9999% of all the attacks means you're going to get compromised everywhere. Even blocking 99.999%, it takes that one small, minuscule percent. Yeah, that is concerning. An EMP attack, though, just pretty much that lays it all out right there in one fell swoop. Things we're supposed to be preparing for in this country. All right, a Lithuanian man surviving. This is pretty bizarre. You imagine falling overboard from a cruise ship, or in this case, a cargo ship, but actually surviving an incredible 14 hours in the Pacific Ocean after falling off a cargo ship during a 3,500-mile supply run. The Silver Supporter's chief engineer, apparently he felt dizzy after a night shift in the engine room as the ship traveled from New Zealand to remote Pitcairn Islands, and he went on the deck to get some fresh air. It was 4 a.m. when his son, who communicated with his father via message chat, tells us that the 52-year-old may have fainted, but he doesn't actually remember the plunge into the waters. He was not wearing a life jacket, and they were some 400 nautical miles from the nearest land. Amazingly, he struggled to stay afloat until the sun came up. Then he made a last-ditch swim for what was a rather far-off black dot he could see on the horizon that turned out to be an old, unanchored fishing buoy. Wow, out in the middle of the ocean. Now, the ship's crew realized, hey, where's the engineer? They noticed him missing about 10 a.m., turned the ship around, headed for the location where they had been around 4 a.m. when he had last completed a work report. What happened next was nearly inexplicable. They say a crew member reported hearing a weak human shout on the starboard side of the ship as the ship was running search patterns for 10 minutes, nothing. Then a lookout spotted a raised hand in the water. The BBC reports that he had shouted at the sight of the ship on the horizon about 6 p.m., and he looked about 20 years older and very tired, but he was still alive, clinging to a piece of sea rubbish. Wow. And the son says his father opted to leave the buoy behind because who knows, it may save someone else's life in the future. But what are the odds? I guess as sometimes they say, when your time comes, it's your time. And if it's not your time, apparently it was not his time. Not just yet. Someone placed that buoy in the right place for him to hang on. Kind of a happy ending to that story. All right, final tidbit before we wrap things up here on a Tuesday morning. Rush Limbaugh, of course, has now been laid to rest. What's going to happen with the show? They tell us, according to the show's producer, Bo Snerdley, this past evening, the Rush Limbaugh show will continue, and they do say they're eventually going to bring on a new host. Yes, Snerdley, his real name is James Golden, was asked in the late night conversation with Greg Keller reports, is the show going to continue with a new host? To which, yes, Golden said. I don't have any idea who. That's kind of above my pay grade, he said, but yeah, Limbaugh created the era of national political talk radio, had the most listened to program in history, passing away on February the 17th. The show has remained on the air since his passing. They're kind of running like best of. But Golden says the show's still on and it's going to be on. And the Limbaugh letter is still publishing, and we're preparing the newsletter for another issue right now. Rush's legacy is going to live on. We're just not going to let that die. So it'll be interesting to see who they might select to fill those shoes. Yeah, there have been a number of people that have filled in for Rush over the years, but yeah, those are big shoes to fill. It'd be a very, very difficult job, and I guess they'll give it a shot. Then it would all come down to advertisers and stations that want to continue to air whomever sits behind that golden microphone. We'll let you know. All right, thank you so much hanging out with us through the late night, early morning hours. We roll into a Tuesday. Hey, come back the midnight hour tonight. What'll that be? That'll be hey, Mike. Yeah, join us for a hump day. And please don't forget, if you have not made the transition yet from the Hot Shot Secret YouTube or Facebook page, yeah, do that. Go to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive YouTube or Facebook page, or download the app for your Android phones. Still waiting for approval on the iPhone app. Hopefully that'll be up and running in short order. There you go. Wrapping it up on a Tuesday, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. looks better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.